All right, welcome to MazzaMedia. We are back. It is Sunday afternoon, March 1st. Ladies and gentlemen, December, January, and February are behind us. March, April, May, June, July, and August are now ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. Spring is on its way. The clock changes next weekend. And here we are today, 22 days away from the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, which is slated to begin on Monday, March 23rd of this month. 22 days away. Kelsey Fitzsimmons GiveSendGo is pinned to the top of your chat today. It's also in the description of this video. We're going to have many guests on this show today. They will be arriving hopefully shortly because I'm going solo right now. So but they will be here. We're ready to rock and roll. This is the 12th Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser that I've done. And so far through this show, with your help and contributions, we have raised over $23,000 for her. Presently, through the first 11 fundraisers, we have raised collectively through this program $23,804. Today, I'm hoping to hit the $25,000 mark, and we are $1,196 away from obtaining that goal. And it would mean the world to me if we were able to cross that $25,000 mark. So I am looking forward to that. And I'm very hyped up for today's show. This is going to be a fundraiser in which you go to the GiveSendGo, you make a donation. You can write Mazza in your comment or not, whichever's fine. We essentially count everything that comes in during the show. The fundraiser, the GiveSendGo started up at $82,365. And we'll begin the counting from there, as we already see a donation has already come in so far, which is fantastic. So that now brings us to $50 right off the bat with a nice leadoff hit so far. This program will be live today from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And we are raring to go. Mullen Law will be here. The Glare will be here. Lauren Katie will be here. And Britt Happens will be here today. I haven't heard any cancellations. Mullen Law looks like she will be here at 4:15ish, so she'll be here shortly. And then Lauren Katie should be here too as well. But we're ready to go. I mean, we're fired up right now. This is the biggest moment now. This is the prelude now to the trial. The hype is real right now. The hype train is underway, and things are picking up. Business is picking up, ladies and gentlemen. And we are ready to go. So here we go. $50 is already there. We're getting ready. Good afternoon to everybody that's joining us today. Tracy Violet is here. Christine is here. Ernie is here. Glamma Suze is here. Cape Cod Life is here. Who else we got? Kathleen, hello. Emily C. is here. Jeff is here. Lexus Taillight Teeth is here. I like that name. Seize the Day is in the house. James Lynch is here. Age of Nefarious is here. Nicola is here. Purple Hearts and all. Thank you. B Crumbs is here. B Crumbs has been pushing this as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway. Let's get this train started. And I have sound effects now. So let's play some sound effects. The fundraiser train is now underway. Let's get it going, ladies and gentlemen. Lauren Katie is here. I'm going to give her 2 more seconds to adjust her camera as she's laughing in the background. What's going on, Lauren?
Hi. How are you, Mazza? Hello, everyone.
Great. I'm ready to go. I spent a lot of time on this case yesterday. It was probably the longest solo show I've ever done, I believe, almost 5 hours. And,
it was a great one.
I know I was fired up and just caught up and just looking at more information, looking at things in new ways, and I'm ready to go and fired up for this. So, obviously this week there was a lot to talk about, and that's not just because of the hearing, but we learned that maybe there's a new law in North Andover where basically, I guess all you have to do is call the North Andover Police Department and say, hey, some of my stuff is in this house. Is it okay if I just throw a shoulder thrust into the door and break in with a few of my pals? And I guess that's not a punishable crime anymore. I guess if you're the DA or if you're a prosecutor, it's cool. You just call up the North Andover Police Department, be like, hey, yo, there's a house halfway across town. I just need to get some stuff in there. Is it cool if I just walk up to the door, just blast it open with my shoulder and roll right in. I guess that's all cool because apparently this isn't a cause for concern for the North Andover Police Department or for, people that are actually prosecutors. But really what's a problem is a woman who they don't even know for a fact ever pointed a firearm at everybody. And they're just trying to say it's okay for this lady to have her child taken away and all this stuff. So I guess this is how the law works in North Andover, apparently we've learned this week. So I know you have a lot to say, Lauren, so I'll let you go right ahead.
I mean, it's laughable, but also, hey, if there's anything in anyone's houses that you want and you're a public servant, just call them, let them know, and take it. Go ahead. Cash, it's everything. Fine. Identity theft, fine. No big deal. This is literally, this is a joke, but it is also, this is shame on them. How in the world? These are public servants. Do you want someone who is potentially going to come and knock on your door and put out a fire and rescue you to be able to be in there? I'm sorry, but I would be thinking twice about it. What are they snatching when they're putting out the fire? This is appalling, absolutely appalling. And the fact that there could be multiple firefighters that were in that video, the DA may not have charged them, but to the North Andover Fire Department, fire them. Absolutely right now, fire them. Do they stand by their actions of all these horrible felonies that they did? No, I don't. I highly doubt it. And if they do, then we got a whole big problem on our hands. They need to be fired. This is disgusting.
And I just feel like we're being gaslit, especially by Gubatosi. It's just these are not the droids you're looking for. And it's just basically like, oh yeah, come on. He called up. He called up. He called in. So it's not like, no, there are no new rules. This is not a country in which we are above the law. Everybody has to abide by the law. And I understand the way it's worked in this country where there are certain people that are above the law or have connections, but that don't count. If you don't live at the house, if your name's not on the deed, I am not even, let's not even look at the people and their names for a second. Let's just look at the facts. If any person in this state were to not be someone that lives at a location, would go in that home and doesn't live there. And I don't care, like this whole police permission thing, because we're going to be air quoting all day today, because like air quoting is like in as of last Friday. Police can't enter your home without a warrant. Nope. Am I wrong about this? Nope. So they can't give someone the permission or say, hey, it's cool for you to enter that house if you don't live there. And again, all names and opinions aside, the law's the law. And I was told, like, when I was a kid, you can't break into houses. And I was told when I was a kid that police need a warrant. So that tells me you just can't like break into people's houses.
That's it. And that's the thing. If they want to take all of the credit for this wonderful felony, go right ahead. That's a problem for them because they don't have the ability to give someone permission to enter someone's home that they don't have access to and that they don't live in. So either way, it's a big old problem, but it's not a good week to be in a lay-in. I'll tell you that right now. It's just not.
It's just this shocking behavior that we've come to see. So I'm just making sure I get people their links and everything. It's just shocking behavior to see, like for example, this was my frustration with the Karen Reed trial, was I understand that there are people that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing, but it's not cool for me to see the law and prosecutors absolutely ignore or have no hand in anything at all. It's just, well, Kelsey's been charged, or hey, Karen's been charged. That's what we're going to focus on here today. We're not going to worry about anything else that's happening. We're going to just look at, well, Kelsey, we're here for Kelsey today to try to get her charged or have her be incriminated or convicted by a jury. We're not concerned about anything else. And that was one of the things I felt like Karen Reed's case always brought to the table with her defense attorneys was, hey, look at these texts by Proctor. Look at this, look at that, look at this evidence that shows certain things. And then it's just ignored and they don't pay attention to it. It's always the wizard is never thrusted from behind the curtain to say, hey, look, is this reality? Now, to basically not exactly quote Mark Betterow, but Mark Betterow essentially said, air quotes, basically, look, no matter how we feel, even though we're fired up about this, ultimately, once this gets before a jury, the jury's going to sit there and see that video when Bradel presents it in court. They're going to go, wow, that's interesting. So it does create more reasonable doubt in Kelsey's favor. However, when is breaking and entering and doing all the things that were done there ever cool or legal?
If they were smart, they would drop this case right now. They're not. This is going to get real messy for them. We just came off the whole Karen Reed thing, the country saw, Canton, Dedham, all of that was a laughing stock to everyone who saw this case. What do they think is going to happen to them? They are literally putting themselves in that position. Like it is so wise for them to relook at this case because of that. The jury is going to be able to be told that not only did they not charge him, but they had a conflict. So they couldn't make that decision anyway because they had a conflict. And then they passed it along to someone else who also had a conflict. And then they passed it back and decided, oh, we'll just make the call since we have a conflict. It doesn't work like that. It's disgusting. And North Andover is now the new Norfolk. It really is. And it's gross.
It truly is. Canton and North Andover now are so relational in this fact where, because I would think that police departments in this area would be more aware of the fact of the scrutiny that the Canton Police Department and Massachusetts State Police found themselves in. They're part of the state. They watch the news, I'm sure. Police departments to some degree are aware of what's happening to other police departments. And literally coming right off the heels of the second Karen Reed trial, all of this is literally underway. Literally, I think within the same month, a week or two apart, the Karen Reed trial ends. This all takes place. And I'm telling you right now, the days of people pulling this stuff on women like Kelsey, Karen, or even men for that matter, where it may apply, are essentially coming to an end. And that's exactly what we're out here to do, is to, for me, it's not about necessarily exposing corruption or cover-ups as much as it is making sure justice is appropriate here. And that's basically meaning that the law should be abided by. I don't appreciate the fact that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, basically off a cop's, cop just says, oh, well, yeah, she tried to pull a firearm. Well, that's it. That's gospel. And I don't think this is a fair opportunity. It's pinned on the girl once again. And I don't like this at all. And it does make me sick. It does fire me up. And I'm happy with the outrage right now online, because finally, this is a story that we have all been working towards pushing. And really this week, really the judge a couple of months ago helped amplify Kelsey's case. Now this story with this footage coming out, if there's anybody that's been sitting there, not sure, not whatever, look, this is now a situation where people sitting there, they're seeing that footage, and Melanie Little has been very fired up about local media coverage. And what we've seen now is local networks were playing that footage this week. The networks don't want to go too far with it so far because they're always a little bit more relaxed, obviously, to use a loose term because we're using air quotes today. But, finally, we're starting to see a little bit of media coverage on this, and we need the local news media there. We saw Sarah Conji was outside of the hearing Friday. Christina Rex was outside of that. And again, whether people love him, hate him, or indifferent, local media coverage does matter, because local media coverage is, not every home in the state is going to be watching YouTube shows, but a lot of people are watching your local media, your Channel 4s, 5s, Boston 25, 7, 10. They're going to watch those networks, see this, and say, what the heck's going on here? But from an image standpoint, this is great for Kelsey, and it's bad for the other guy that blasted down the door with his shoulder like a battering ram.
Absolutely. And this is now taking it to another level where if you didn't care anything about this case, you weren't interested in it. Well, guess what? If you live anywhere near, you should be interested in it, because this is a DA and a police department that is saying, nah, it's okay to break the law. It's okay to have felonies, major issues. And we're not going to charge you because you're a firefighter, because you're going to be a witness in another case. Yeah, that's gross. That's disgusting. And everybody in Massachusetts should be outraged. And I'm so glad that everyone is speaking out. Twitter has been exploding, and I'm so thankful for that. It should be. This is gross.
Joining us is Lori Mullen, an attorney from the Fall River area. She is someone that's been extremely vocal about this online. And after being on our last show, people came after her on Twitter, but Lori Mullen's like, I know what I'm doing. get out of my face, basically.
Exactly. I just saw that total. I mean, how long have you been on for? $350 already?
$350 already, and we've been on for 15 minutes. Yeah.
That's awesome. I must have missed some good impressions, Mazza.
Yeah, I had some impressions going on yesterday. I have air quotes now. Like air quotes is like my new thing because Gubitosi is trending with the air quotes. Exactly.
That's about all he's the king of, but
yeah, exactly. He's not a king of enforcing the law. I mean, it's just outrageous. And I'd imagine, you had your opinions about what's gone down this week, to say the least. But this is we have an energized Kelsey Fitzsimmons supporters are the most energized they've been since we found Kelsey sent back to jail on September 11th. And now with the information that's come out, this is only really, in terms of making an argument for Kelsey's innocence, this has only opened that door even further and shine the light even brighter, Lori.
Absolutely. And, way back in the beginning, when Bradel started representing her and coming out to the pressers after the hearings, he would say, you're going to hear Kelsey's story. You're going to hear Kelsey's story. And it was always like, well, what's Kelsey's story? We only heard one side of the story up until like little pieces of it are coming out. I can only imagine what's still out there for us to hear about. What we've already seen is pretty outrageous, right? I can't. I just honestly, I can't even imagine what more is going to come out of this. It has so many repercussions, all of it, between the family law case and the Superior Court case. It's just not looking good, is it? It's not looking good for just Bustin' Justin, as I like to call him now, and in terms of that case. And one of the things that I find interesting is because now that it's getting a lot more attention, the trolls are also coming out as well, and some of the things like, oh, Justin's not going to be a witness. Justin has nothing to do with it. Justin has everything to do with it. He was the catalyst that put it all into motion. One of the things I haven't really seen talked about too much is, we're looking at what was in Officer Noonan's head. There were two people in that room when that crime was committed, Kelsey and Officer Noonan. It definitely is a he said, she said. They're going to have to convince 12 jurors that what he said was more credible than what she says. 12 jurors have to believe that, not just one or two. They all have to believe that in order to convict Kelsey of the crime that she's been charged with. What was in his head? Like, what was going on with him? Well, they had been told by Justin that Kelsey, and they knew Kelsey, yes, they did, but she hadn't been at work for a while. She had been suffering from some postpartum depression, probably not something that any of them have any familiarity with in terms of their own personal health, mental health. But they were told by Justin that Kelsey is basically a psycho bitch that may kill you when you go there to serve this restraining order. That was what was in the minds of those three officers going into that porch that day. I don't know. You might be a little bit trigger happy. I hate to say it, but you're a little bit concerned. You're worried about what she's going to do because that's been planted in your head by Justin, who we now have confirmed is a liar.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're rocking and rolling here. The fundraiser donations just gone up to $610. We're going to welcome in the Glare into the show here today. Will, how's it going? Sir? Welcome to our show.
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to rock and roll here. This is a day I'm fired up for. I've been counting down the days and, just ready to raise money for Kelsey here. And we're really hoping to just go right through the roof with donations today and really get her and her defense team everything they need heading into this this trial that's coming up very quick. It's all of a sudden it's almost here. So I just I can't believe it, but I'm ready to rock, ready to roll, man, and raise money here. So I'm just happy that everyone's gearing up now.
You say that like you're just getting started, dude. You've been killing it this whole time. What do you mean?
No, I know you're right.
You've been on the front lines for Kelsey and raising funds for her from the start, man.
Yeah, bro. it's been great. It's just been, I just from the beginning, I'm like, I'm going to total my, keep track how many fundraisers I'm doing, how much I'm raising, how much we're raising, because, I want to see that full number, and I want to get Kelsey over $100,000 at some point soon. If we can do that before trial, I mean, we got 22 days to do it. She's almost at 83,000. She's probably past it right now if I hit the refresh button, and she is. She's at 83,150 already. This thing is picking up.
Wow.
But this is $785 is the new total right now. That's
wow,
incredible.
man.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome, man. Congrats for that, and thank everybody in the chat for donating and helping spread awareness, because this everybody's had an ick feeling about this from the start. I mean, I could, I try to be somebody who is, I try to be as objective as I can be. And I've always acknowledged this is kind of like a he said, she said thing, like the evidence isn't telling me a lot. I have maintained the position, however, that from the beginning, Justin's actions seemed more self-serving and more vindictive than they did in the interest of, acting in the interest of his infant child. So that has always, just the stuff, putting the lien on the house, all this stuff that he's been doing seems like almost as if he had this long plan and now he's executing it, is how it comes off. But I don't know how true that is. I'm just saying it's how it's coming off. And my only reservations really have been her word against Noonan's, but the more that I think about that, the more I think, well, I mean, you look at the entire situation. You look at the fact that she just had this baby. People had concerns, or maybe she had concerns. I don't know exactly what the circumstances were as to how she ended up on leave for postpartum depression and not cleared to work until later. Whatever that was, I don't know. But here she is this one day, fast forward to that one day, and, she had just gotten cleared for work. She's ready to get back to her career. She's ready to start working on whatever she's got to do to have to just her and her baby. Okay, well, dad's not around. We'll adjust. We'll figure something out. But at least I got my job. At least I got my career. At least everything's going. And then men with guns show up to her house and are saying, we're just going to take your baby. And we're going to take your badge too, and your weapon. So we're just going to strip you of any means that you can have to even protect yourself as a citizen. We're just taking your life away. Basically, we're here to take your life away. And I would imagine that a mother, her paternal instincts, her paternal, her everything inside her as a mother, she's acting not only in terms of her own best interest, but that of her child. And so they're not just taking her life away. By taking her life away, they're taking her child's life away and her chances of being able to provide for that child. And in my opinion, now I believe her. At this point, obviously we have no reason not to believe her, right? But let's just say, for instance, just even this is where I started to get, have trouble was, well, did she point the gun at Noonan, or did she point the gun at herself like she claims? At this point, I don't care. If I'm being honest, at this point, I still say that there's a defense to pointing the gun at Noonan if she did. I don't know what that would be, but it seems like that requires more investigation and empathy in that sense, because think about what it must be like for her. And if someone's innocent until proven guilty, shouldn't we be thinking in terms of giving her the benefit of the doubt as well? I understand that Noonan is a police officer and his word is credible, but wasn't she a police officer too? Shouldn't her word be just as credible? So, you have all of these things, and then now you just have this proof that that he has absolutely no respect for her, no respect for her property. thinking that he could just bust into her house and, as you were saying, get permission from the North Andover Police Department to do it. Like, since when does the police have authority to give permission over someone else's property, someone else's possessions? That makes no sense. So, I mean, did they give him permission to steal her identity? Did they give her permission to steal all the money out of her bank account? Did they give her, I mean, how far does the permission go? What does this permission exactly grant? I'd love to know.
Yeah. It's absolutely outrageous. I welcome Britt Happens to the show today as well. Brett, we're already over $1,000 raised.
That's
Whoa.
unbelievable. That's so good.
Well,
Right.
people are pissed off.
Yeah.
And I'm upset. Justin flat out lied to law enforcement about what he was going to Kelsey's property to do, as stated by Bradel in the hearing the other day. I mean, he said that he was going to get some personal items and then proceeded to take Kelsey's cash, Kelsey's passport, Kelsey's laptop, and tried to make himself the beneficiary for things like her pension. Routed all of the refunds for Kelsey's travel arrangements right to his account. So the North Andover police, to the extent in which that they did give Justin permission to be there, which they should not have done without an escort, but to the extent at which they
shouldn't have done it at all.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not her place. Like, anything in that house at this point is evidence. That's a crime scene.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So,
and then took evidence as well.
Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
And then proceeded to take evidence as well. There was a letter that he had written to her that directly contradicted things that he had said in his affidavit. So that could have been used as impeachment evidence, but no telling where that is. It's probably right next to Higgins's phone. So I'm pretty fired up. I'm glad everybody is donating. We need as many eyes as we can get on this case. We need as many dollars in the defense fund as we can get to show these people, absolutely not. You are prosecuting the wrong person here. Again, Massachusetts.
Yeah. It's it goes back to, like, for me, I always ask myself when we were initially, in our early stages supporting Karen, was, what if something like this happens again to someone else? And we always said, one of the predominant themes of the Karen Reed supporters, we always said was, Karen Reed could be any one of us. This could happen to any one of us. And literally, right after that second trial ends, here's Kelsey's life now in a situation that not only involves her being unjustly treated based on how the RO was served, having her child taken away, but you have the cops involved and a he said, she said. And then beyond that, you're now seeing privileges that a prosecutor won't even come after someone for entering a home that's not theirs. I beg the question I haven't even asked myself yet, but I thought about this while you guys were talking, was, what was to stop this ex-fiance from just contacting Kelsey's parents and saying, hey, I need access to her home. I forgot some stuff. Why the need to go in that house without them knowing? It all begs questions. And then you come to find out exactly everything that Kelsey's claiming, her father's claiming, that house had some damages. Their security systems were damaged. There was a laptop taken and then later returned, which again will probably appear on that camera security footage once the father, I believe, would be able to reaccess it. But this is a situation this week. And Nurse Kim had said that. Nurse Kim's unable to be with us today, but she wishes our show well. Thank you, Nurse Kim, for your wonderful comment to us yesterday when you were in my chat. But Nurse Kim had kind of said, and I felt the same way, was this is far more intense than we ever expected. And the Karen Reed case was the same exact way. You had an initial understanding of what you thought happened. And then as the layers peeled back and more information came out, it was like, whoa, this is because I thought that this was like typically going to be, what we saw. I didn't expect the defense team to come out with security footage like this. I didn't expect that there was going to be screenshots of internet history showing multiple logins to Facebook, AOL, other websites. And this whole thing has now become absolutely more intense than we ever expected. And as people that are fighting for justice, I felt like, months back, especially when I saw what the judge was doing, because again, that was another situation that was running rampant in Karen Reed's case was Judge Beverly Cannoni and her decisions. And you saw Kathleen McCarthy-Naiman, same thing. Fortunately, though, that judge is out of here, which is great news.
So did she recuse herself? Or
That's
was
a
she
good question. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I mean, technically,
I know they filed the motion, but was it granted?
Yeah.
I mean,
no. So
They
what
told
happened?
her,
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead, Mazza.
Oh, yeah. They told her she was basically, the point was moot because she was no longer assigned to the trial. The only issue that's really outstanding right now is that a lot of the rulings that she's made, the new judge, Judge Karp, is tentative at this moment until he maybe does more research on what he can and cannot do to overturn the dangerousness. For example, Laura, I'll let you touch up from there. And continue.
Well, the chief judge, I think, thought they were being clever and trying to avoid having an evidentiary hearing to remove this Judge Kathleen McCarthy-Naiman. So instead of going through all of Bradle's points that had some very serious allegations in them regarding the judge, the chief judge just said, oh, well, we don't really need to get into that because she's not going to be the judge on this anymore anyway. She's assigned to a whole new session, and she's not going to hear this case. Well, when Attorney Bradle went and had his hearing on Friday, the new judge was very hesitant to hear anything about the bail conditions. He wanted to kind of, take care of some of Kelsey's bail conditions that he feels are, in his own words, in his memo now, medieval. And the new judge says, well, I really can't deal with the conditions of bail. That has to go back to the judge that issued the bail to begin with. And then here we are back in a complete circle to why she should have been recused. I do think, though, the chief judge can assign the new judge, but he didn't really do that in the original moot ruling. He just said, he just made it seem like McCarthy-Naiman's not going to hear it anymore. But he didn't specifically assign the new judge to Karp, to Kelsey's case. That's what needs to happen in order for that judge to be able to hear the bail conditions. And he was right. I mean, he said, the law doesn't really allow me to change those bail conditions. So it's kind of like they stepped in it a little bit, by doing the moot ruling.
What was everybody's first impression of Judge Karp? I personally got good feelings from him. I liked him a lot. We only had one hearing with him, but I did like what I saw.
I did too. I really felt very encouraged by it. He did listen. People were complaining a lot that, well, he's not prepared. I mean, these judges have a lot going on, and he had been in a murder trial for the last 5 weeks. And I almost like the fact that he doesn't know what's going on. I mean, it's like, let's get some fresh eyes on it.
I don't like it for Kelsey is my whole thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
I just don't like it for Kelsey. My one thing that I've noticed following these Massachusetts case, it's like it's a new judge, and then it's a new judge, and then that new judge has to catch up and find out what's going on, and then more dates are set. And here we are, we've got a trial date set for March 23rd, and this new judge knows nothing.
Yeah.
So and from what I understand, this trial is expected to take 3 days. Like what?
That is
I mean,
3 to 5 days.
Yeah, and I realize there's it's a pretty simple, as far as the details of the case go, it's pretty simple. There's not a lot of information. Like you compare that to Karen Reed, like if you're looking at the file cabinet and Karen Reed, like you've got a whole file cabinet, you got one drawer for Kelsey Reed. You know what I mean?
And you also have not nearly the amount of damage, if you think about it. In Karen Reed's case, you have a dead police officer, and then nobody died in Kelsey's case, and Kelsey was the only one who harmed in any way. Nobody's property was damaged or destroyed except for Kelsey's. So, as far as victims, witnesses, nobody aside from Kelsey was really affected long term in any tangible way.
Right.
So, you know,
The one who's supposed to have the rights, you know.
Exactly. So you can expect a shorter trial and for the investigation to not be as deep when, you know, you don't have a death, you don't have, you know, things that were destroyed or can never be recovered. So, you know,
that's my whole thing is, okay, overall, like, I think the overall big question here is, why so much effort to prosecute this woman
Exactly.
over something that carries a sentence of probation? You know what I mean? Like, she's not even going to see jail time. Like, what's so dangerous about her? Like, the whole argument is that she's so dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's not even up for a crime that could get her thrown in jail.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about here? Well, so
and why hasn't she seen her child? She has not. Nobody has even alleged that she has harmed the child. Okay. Every allegation on Justin's part is, I'm afraid she'll do this. I'm afraid she'll do that. She has said things to make me believe that there's a chance that she might XYZ. But that child did not miss a meal. That child was not physically harmed in any way. So I don't understand that aspect of it either. Nobody
Because
has
Kathleen
alleged- Yeah.
Kathleen put a kibosh on that. She inserted
Oh, yeah.
herself into a family law matter, and then they aren't even able to go take that up into another court. And Kelsey's not even allowed to have supervised visitation. That right there is disgusting. And
I really like the fact that the judge, that is one of the things I picked up on. I was kind of like listening to even just the little stuff the judge was saying, Judge Karp, and he did say, if you remember, Attorney Bradel was talking about the family court case and the judge inserted herself into something that should be dealt with at the family court. And right away, he was like, yeah, those things are for family court. Like, the Superior Court judges don't want to generally get involved in the family court issues, because the family court is much more equipped to handle those kind of things, to deal with custody type of issues, to appoint guardian ad litems for children, to get the DCF involved. So he definitely piped right in and was like, yeah, you know, I don't understand. He didn't understand that either. So,
well, the fact that they kept DC out of this from day one is a major problem for me. And I think there's a lot that's going to come out about all of this corruption, because that is exactly what this is, in my opinion, corruption.
Yeah. Well, DCF
will
was
it though?
involved.
I mean, will it come out? That's
Hopefully.
what I'm right.
I can't imagine them not addressing the procedures that department didn't follow when they entered that home. I mean, that is what led us to this. They quite literally put the gun in Kelsey's hands. So that has to be part of the trial, if you're asking me, because the jury is just lay people. They don't know how this stuff works. So I think they have to lay that out.
Mazza, on a quick side note, may I give a brief shout out to your moderators?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Quick on the draw today.
Yeah, we understand. Well, first of all, everyone always has the right to their opinion. But the mods will do what they need to do in order to quell the comments section. But everyone's entitled to their opinion. But at the same time, let's not forget, this is about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We're here today, all in support of a woman who had her child taken away, who was shot, nearly killed, sent to jail for the wrong reasons. And while we understand people have their opinions of us or whomever is on our show, that's no matter. We're here for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and it's up to everyone out there that's tuning in today to decide for themselves if they're here to support a woman who's been absolutely victimized, and the people that are here to raise money for them, or if they'd like to say what they want to say in the comments. It's up to them, but that's okay. I thank everyone that's here helping out Kelsey. Lauren, I thank you. Will, I thank you so much. Lori Mullen, I thank you so much. Britt Happens, I thank you so much. We're going to continue to do exactly what we need to do today and raise money for Kelsey. And I thank everyone so far that's donated to Kelsey and helped her out. We've already raised over $1,600 for Kelsey here today, and we'll continue to do that. And I appreciate everybody's continued effort and everyone that's supporting her today in this continued fight and this continued push. Because that's what today is about, and that's what this stream is about. It's about helping Kelsey Fitzsimmons. For Kelsey Fitzsimmons, she's not concerned about anything beyond what is important to her future, which has been taken away from her. Her freedom, getting to see her child, her health. That's what matters here today. And thank you to everybody that's here that's focused on this mission to help Kelsey Fitzsimmons. This support for Kelsey is continuing to grow. It's been a fantastic week, and we're going to continue here through 7 o'clock tonight in this battle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And to Kelsey, who's watching, we're with you. We support you. We're going to continue to back you up and help you out the best way we can. And we have people here today on this show that are focusing on Kelsey Fitzsimmons and talking about Kelsey Fitzsimmons and her fight that truly care. And that's all I got to say. So thank you guys. I'll let you guys take over.
I also have a new duck in support of Kelsey. It is a purple, purple for baby Caden. I found it last night at like Target, Walmart, something like that. But I'm wearing as much purple as I can, showing as much support in the small ways when I'm, at work, and then the big ways when I'm not there. But, the more that we can spread the word and get eyes on this, hopefully the sooner we can reunite Kelsey and her baby. Because what we're seeing here is, on the father's side, on Justin's side, someone who hates the other adult in this matter more than he loves his child. This is the kind of mess that you get when you have a separating family that weaponizes a child to, get to an adult. You should always love your child more than you hate the other parent that you're arguing with, every single time. And if you don't, then your child is going to suffer. And this is what we're seeing here. So, I hate that at the end of the day, even when Kelsey is vindicated, there is no telling what kind of psychological damage or otherwise has been done to Caden, and how this is going to inhibit his progression as, a toddler, an adolescent, an adult. Going this long being away from your mother is, something that should be avoided if at all possible, over what? An argument. It's sickening to me. So I hope that everybody understands that the longer we go without justice for Kelsey, the more damage day by day is being done to the baby. So please help get the word out. If you're able, please donate. Because we need to get this matter resolved. We need to get the family court matter resolved, and we need to reunite Kelsey and her baby.
I like that about the judge, that he was pretty set on having the trial start on the 23rd. He doesn't seem to want to push that back. So, I think that that's really the main thing that Kelsey's concerned about, because that, as soon as that is handled, she will get her baby back, especially with this new video. These trial judges or these family court judges have seen it all. They've seen, this is not anything new. He said, she said, dirt slinging, all of that. This happens all the time. They can kind of see through a lot of that bullshit. But with this video out, not only is he making up stuff about Kelsey, well, he's a felon, and he's did it on camera. So that's not going to bode well for him in the family case. So as soon as this criminal case is out of the way, she's getting that baby back.
Yeah. It's going to be a big path to that in terms of a level of success, and it's going to be a war. And I think that's what's so important too for raising funds, is we're equipping Kelsey with the finances she needs, not only to defend herself, not only yes, you are able to write to Kelsey. There's a PO box in the description of this video that you can write to Kelsey. You'll see that there. But yes, this is exactly, to your point about civilly in a fight for custody. Kelsey is going to be basically, full speed ahead, and hopefully as soon as possible too. on this process, because too much time has gone by for her. She said that in a video herself. It's just taking too long. It's gone on too long. And we want to see Kelsey, reunited with her child. And in worst case scenario, joint custody, for goodness sakes. But it's been, I'll tell you, there's a lot of favorability coming out of the security cam footage that came up, because, if that gets played in any single courtroom, people are going to look at that and they're going to go, well, that's very interesting there. And he did not live there. And this was after he had already moved out. And people are going to, because your actions speak to your character, right? And a lot of people want to say certain things about Kelsey in terms of, well, she was this way at a bachelorette, or she got drunk, or whatever happened. That's what's
Those
always
aren't crimes.
right. And then you have a gentleman here, or lack thereof, that's cracked, thrown his shoulders into a home and breached the place and stole a laptop, and it's all there. It's all documented.
Well, to Will's point, it was a crime scene. Why? That's that I kind of have a problem with, even the dispatcher, because the allegation is Justin calls dispatch, or calls North Andover police, and says, can I have an escort to go over to Kelsey's house or whatever, but basically tells them it's his house and he lives there. And they say, well, we can't stop you from going in your house. Go in your house. But so
that's not permission. I mean,
right.
They also said if you have a key, and he didn't have a key.
So then at what point? So now you have Justin's little brain working.
I got to hear this phone call. Sorry.
I know. I want to really hear the phone call too. But Tim Bradel definitely has heard it, and his representation in court was, that's not what happened, Judge. He basically called the police and said, I live there. Can I go there? And the dispatcher was like, we can't stop you from going to your house.
Right.
Which, quite frankly, maybe they could if it was a crime scene. But at what point did Justin turn from like, okay, well, they're not going to come with me, to that means I have free reign to just go in there and bust shit up and take all of Kelsey's stuff and, do anything I need to do, rip a letter off of the refrigerator that I wrote to her, bust up her security system. To me, like you said, well, crime scene, okay,
and make a party out of it. Let me bring my boys too. Bring my homies, and we'll make a thing out of it. We'll take stuff off the fridge and get rid of it, and hey, if you see some cash lying around, it's yours. What is going on?
It's craziness. So if the police said, yes, we're going to accompany you, I assume he probably would have behaved himself a little bit more, but he took the fact that they said, go ahead, you can go in, we can't stop you, as, oh, okay, well, I guess I can just do whatever I want. I mean, that initial video of just him breaking down that door, like, can you imagine? Can you imagine that's your house and you're watching that going on? I mean,
I'm weird and I just can't get around the logistics, like why the shoulder, to bust in the door. Has he done that before? Does he know that he could?
Well, he's a fireman.
They're trained, yeah.
So if do they train you to do it that way? Because I've tried to bust in, like I've locked myself out of my bedroom and I'm like, and I'm like, that's not going to work. That hurts. Like you're supposed to, I guess, take your foot and, get right where the door, like alongside the doorknob, close to the doorknob, supposedly what you do.
Did you see his legs?
I know. He skipped leg day at the gym.
Yeah.
Will.
He wasn't doing much on shoulder day either. I mean, you know what I mean? Like
maybe he used his head and it just looks like his shoulder.
That would
Now, Lori, I wanted to ask you, so what the prosecutor said on Friday was that they declared a conflict.
Yes.
Past this case with Justin being the potential defendant along to, what was it?
Middlesex.
Okay. Middlesex County.
Yes.
And Middlesex County then declared a conflict of interest.
Yes.
And passed it back to the Essex County.
And then the conflict disappeared.
Right. And then while conflicted, after already having declared, I have a conflict of interest, I'm choosing not to prosecute.
Yep. And
Can they do
I
that?
don't really have much
No.
else to add to that, because that's exactly what happened.
And-
Your Honor, we perceived that there might be a conflict, so we sent it to Middlesex to look at. And then, I'm going to tattle on Martha Coakley, because then she made a phone call and all of a sudden Middlesex had a conflict. So then it came back to us and we looked at it again. Even though we thought we might have a conflict, we decided, even though we might have a conflict, we still aren't going to prosecute.
Right. And then, on top of that, do they have the same conflict with all of these, 3 stooges who are with him as well? I understand that maybe it's like
I hate this
second-degree
guy so
conflict.
much, dude. Like,
When you
I
keep
hate that
putting that
guy
on
so
loop,
much.
it's like unbelievable.
Well, I
It's
mean,
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I hate that I hate that he's bow-legged and he has to save kids. Like,
Right.
And he's
I hate
afraid
everything
of,
about
like,
this guy.
Twinkle
tiny
toes a
little
lamb.
girl. Right. And he keeps saying that the whole reason that he called the police before breaking in was, I'm scared. I'm scared that if I
Yep.
go into this house, that Kelsey, who, by the way, is under the knife at the hospital,
Right.
I'm scared of what she'll do if she finds out that I broke into her house.
Right. And I think her parents were a little preoccupied with all of that too. I mean, how many surgeries did she have? She had like 7 surgeries. I think they were just praying that their daughter was going to survive at that point. And he actually used the words the prosecutor used. I'm not sure where he got it from, but he was worried about vengeance. That's what he said. He used the term
Pedal.
vengeance. To me, that's just hilarious in the sense that, like, first of all, nobody was like, well, if you're so scared, why'd you bust into her house?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're so scared of her, you're a professional civil servant, right? Like,
Right.
don't you know how to do things the right way without, I mean, but he's afraid of retaliation from a woman who was shot and she can't even take a breathalyzer test because she can't breathe. Like,
Right.
He was in the hospital for 60 days.
Right.
A little over 60 days. I mean, it was she was hanging on by a thread for quite a while. So
and then had to go to jail.
And then had to go to jail twice.
Right.
Yep. The second time she spent 103 days in jail. 103 over a crime, like you said, Will. It's an entry-level Superior Court crime, assault with a dangerous weapon that can, be settled out with probation and jail time. She already did 103 days in jail. Not counting the first few days that she had when she was originally arraigned. So.
And you get sectioned for stuff like that. You don't get, dude. You're talking to a guy who has a colorful past. True. Most of the stuff that's said about me is a lie, but there are things out there that are true. And I'm not very proud of, but I've done worse in regards with the police, except for in regards, there was no firearm involved. That's just not true. But I've done worse, and I woke up in a hospital and they were like, okay, like, we're just going to evaluate you for a couple days and then you're going to go home. And then I was just like, okay. And that was it. That was it. That was nothing else was ever done, because it was like, okay, clearly this person, this is out of his character. This is not somebody he's, what had happened was I took an overabundance of a substance that I don't normally mess with.
Right.
At
You're
the time.
hitting the nail on the head, though. Why do you think this is happening? Who are they protecting?
Exactly. There's something else
the person
here.
That shot Kelsey.
Yeah,
is who
exactly.
They are protecting.
They have to. Otherwise,
they have to.
This is a problem for Noonan, because otherwise he is going to jail. This is a major deal. So it has to be Kelsey. Otherwise, it's him. And who are they protecting? Of course, it's him.
Yep.
So the whole thing has to follow.
Aaron Reed 2.0.
Yes. Mazza, you made a great point yesterday about the property being so close to a school, like across the street from a school. I mean, even if school's not in session, I remember that being a point of contention. But even if it's summer, there are children who are in that vicinity all the time. So had something gone through the window, had there been any kind of a fight that made its way out the door, the fact that, no matter which direction Kelsey pointed her barrel, at the end of the day, the buck still stops with the North Andover Police Department for failing to wear body cameras, failing to secure that home, failing to remove Kelsey from the house before getting any firearms that may have been inside,
Right.
Failing to bring any kind of social worker, a female police officer, failing to do things that would de-escalate. Oh, not to mention, you brought Justin into the house. I mean, you might as well just pour gas on a fire. I mean, you were doing things that are the perfect combination for things to enhance. So, I mean, none of these details, as much as they want to make that the core of the display here, at the end of the day, it's on North Andover PD.
Yeah.
And that's why Bradel asked for those training records, because they are trained. They are trained to do this. These are all like procedure 101. You secure the weapons first and foremost. That's it. You do that, because everyone can die if you don't do that.
Yes.
So the fact that they didn't, it's a problem. I mean, it's an absolute problem. This is going to come back to bite them in trial. The jury's going to see all this, and it's not a good look for them. But they are continuing to press on because they have to protect Noonan.
Ideally, they walk in and they have a social worker from Family Services present. Ideally. And the social worker is somebody who is by law at that point appointed by the courts to represent the infant. That is generally what happens. And the procedure wise, in theory, you would think they come up and it's the least threatening.
Google Earth here.
Yeah, like a guardian ad litem will.
Oh, sorry. This is
Right.
audio went off there.
Go ahead, Mazza.
Just to interject here. This is Google Earth. Yeah, this is the location of the home right here. Now, this all took place later in the day, during the summertime, where school is probably, not only not in session for the day, but for the year. But like Britt was saying,
Mazza's internet seems to be cutting out.
Yeah, I'm having.
I thought it was mine.
sorry, you guys.
Yeah, you're cutting out. I think it's a Wi-Fi thing for you or something.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just saying that there's a school right there. There's a play area there, where kids can be taken. So you just never know when kids are going to be in that area. And, there just needs to be an extra level of protection, and not taking care of kids, or protecting the area, protecting the set of circumstances, which is, because they clearly say one of their intents to be there was to seize her firearms. They should have done that before they moved her around the house, because if this thing escalates into a shootout and there was 2 shots fired by Officer Noonan, God forbid, because the first bullet of the 2 hit the air conditioner. Now, if it's not summertime, that air conditioner is not there, or that bullet's a little bit higher, that thing is going out the window. And once it goes through that glass window, there's no telling what direction it's going. What's going to be in the vicinity of that window frame, and where it's going to go, how far it's going to go, and what it's going to hit. I mean, it could hit somebody's gas tank in their backyard, for goodness sakes, or a grill,
or nosy neighbors.
Right.
The overall thing is, if the purpose was to protect the child, if the purpose of the whole thing, the whole interaction that day was to protect the child, why did the actions dictate that the child was not the first priority? Because again, you would have had someone there legally to represent the child, and that person would have been the most non-threatening person there, and the best chance to take the child out of Kelsey's arms and say everything's cool, defuse the situation as best as you can. Not a bunch of dudes with guns, men that are like, hey, you need to give up the baby, you know. Or even in the most non-threatening way, it's still a man with a gun going, you have to give me your baby. you know,
Mhm.
even in the nicest possible way.
And she hadn't been charged with a crime at that point.
She's
Mhm.
going to be right.
Right.
And so you want the first priority is to get the baby out safe.
And then get
Right.
the guns.
And then get the guns. But you have to get the baby out. You have to have her out of the house to where she can't get her. You search her, make sure she doesn't have one on her. Say, just wait over here. We need to make sure and secure that there's, you know, there's no weapons, blah, blah, blah. And then we could sit down and talk and explain your situation to you. That's it. It seems in theory like the easiest thing to execute. But why was none of these steps taken? Why did it seem like it was just we're forcing our way? Everything seems forced, you know, everything that didn't need to be.
Well, when you get DCF, it gets into a certain procedural thing. So I think they didn't want to do that. That's what I used to do. Is I used to work for DCF. So removing children is, we did it all the time. You go in. The only reason that the cops are there is if
and it's the last thing you want to do.
Correct. So there should have been an investigation, in my opinion, but whatever. But the cops are there only to secure that house. So their only job in a situation like this is to go in and secure the weapons, do a walkthrough, and make sure there is no threat. Then they were to come out, and then DCF goes in there and handles everything else. We have a care and custody letter from the court to take that child. And we take possession of that child until we drive up the road or wherever to exchange that child with whoever it is going to. So this is done. It was done completely wrong, and they didn't want to involve any kind of other entities because they wanted to do things how they wanted to do it, in my opinion.
That's what it comes off as, right? Like as if DCF, the whole factor is trying to be purposely kept out of the loop.
Yep.
Why? You know, why did the judge overstep her boundaries and make this decision? And if I'm like what I'm imagining Kelsey Fitzsimmons right now doing behind the scenes, obviously not on a Sunday, except maybe on the internet trying to figure out what she can. But she is, I don't know who's had to fight for a child here before, but it is a full-time, it is fully time consuming. You are always on the phone with somebody. You are always trying to figure out what you can do. And if I'm guessing, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is all day long, Monday through Friday, during business hours, on the phone with different offices, talking to different attorneys, whatever she can to find out how a criminal court has say over family court and why she can't even just see her baby. Right now, she's doing everything, talking to anybody she can to be able to see her baby.
And respectfully, if they gave a damn about the welfare of that child, if that truly were their purpose in being there, on top of bringing DCF into this, they would have done some kind of a walkthrough through the house, you know, made sure that there was some kind of truth to Justin's allegations. And then they also would have looked into the other branch of this, which is, where is the baby going? If we remove the baby, where is the baby going to go? Because we can't swap one out for something worse, right? So they also would have made some kind of assessment of Justin's new place of residence, which I believe is his parents. So they would have made a visit there as well to make sure that wherever it is that he was going to be safe and capable of giving him everything that he needed.
But again, that's DCF's job. That isn't the cops. You know, they're trained specifically for this. This is out of our hands.
The DCF did start an investigation right after the incident happened, and they dropped it knowing that the baby was with Justin. What I'd like to know is, did they actually go and investigate the home the child was living in? Did they do any of those things? Or did they say, oh, well, he's with dad? Because personally, I've had that very exact same thing happen to me on my own family court matters. When I say my own, my clients' family court matters, when I've been representing them, where DCF, if one party gets custody over the other party and there's a DCF investigation, I cannot tell you how many times DCF has said to me, well, we don't really get involved as long as there's one parent, watching the child. It's fine. They just drop everything after that. It's like,
I'm sure they didn't. Lori, to your point, I'm sure they didn't, because he was now in a different environment and she was in the hospital. So I'm
Right.
sure that they didn't.
Like,
DCF
not
is
even the bare
no
minimum.
way perfect by any means. You get the luck of the draw about your investigator. So like either you get a shit investigator or you get a good one. But
Yeah, ask
either way,
Gabriel
they should have been
Fernandez.
involved.
They
Yeah.
are underpaid.
Ask Gabriel
undertrained.
Fernandez. I mean, it's
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah,
You
for
know?
sure.
Man.
A lot of the initial investigators that come out for DCF don't even have college degrees. You know what I mean? They're not, it's not
Mhm.
like they're social, they should be. And
Here
and
you
I
have
think
to.
yeah, I mean, well, they have different levels, Lauren, right? I mean, they'll have like the caseworkers, they'll have the initial investigation people and whatnot. And eventually it does get to a caseworker. And I think those are social workers, but they can't keep people. They don't pay them enough money.
Oh yeah. No.
So that's a problem too. And so they're kind of untrained. And being a family court attorney for the last 37 years, it's frustrating for me when I talk to the DCF people sometimes. I'm banging my head against the wall because
Oh yeah.
of how little they understand and know. I mean, you're talking about, you know, women that are like, most of them are women, they're all are also men. But these initial level, these entry level investigators, they're like 22, 23 years old. They have no clue.
Mhm.
They don't know. They just don't get it.
And
That's,
DCF,
yeah, we could have a
well,
whole
I know.
conversation on that one. It's not great, you know.
No.
DCF's goal, just like anybody, is I mean, their whole purpose is to keep families together.
That's
They're
right.
trying to maintain the family unit. They don't want to take kids.
No.
Like they're another mouth to feed. That
Yes.
like the county doesn't want that. The state doesn't want
Yep.
that. They're another mouth to feed.
More
They're going to try.
resources.
They're going to find anyone, even if the mom, if the kid can't go to the mom or the dad, they're looking for, even so much in some states, a family friend.
Yeah.
If they
Yes.
can't find a relative.
Someone who will step
You know,
up. And, yeah.
Right.
There's a
So
shortage of foster parents. They can't find homes for them.
They
So
can't.
they don't want to take them.
but the overall objective is to keep the child safe.
Mhm.
So you do what you have to do. Now, if this man right here just committed these multiple felonies that can get him prison time versus the mother who
Yep.
is not even facing jail time anymore, you know, probably already served. I mean, she took a bullet too. Come on.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So at this point, it's like, at the very least, why isn't DCF stepping up and saying, we're taking authority? I don't know if they can, but take a step up, say, look, we want to keep this family unit together. That's our job. So if this baby has loving grandparents, we're going to interview the grandparents. We're going to check their home. We're going to check their background. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that these grandparents are a safe, a safe alternative for these children or for this child. And there's no reason why. And I guess the fear is, okay, well, Kelsey might take favor for Kelsey because it's their daughter and blah, 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 and give her too many liberties because no, I mean, the grandparents are going to protect their grandchild over their own daughter. Most grandparents would, especially in a situation like this. And they're going to look at it and they're going to be like, well, we got to parent our child and our grandchild through this. You know, and they're going to be the ones to reason with Kelsey and go, listen, we're going to go out to do what the courts are going to do or are telling us to do. We're going to keep the baby safe, and then we're going to get through this, and we're going to be right by your side. But right now, we're going to respect the courts. I mean, there's all kinds of different scenarios that would benefit this child overall. That's not happening because there's no way that Justin is the best alternative for this child, even though he is biologically the father. Have they even done a paternity test on him yet? First thing I had to do when I filed for custody of my son was take a paternity test. We joked about it.
So
Like-
because he's on the birth record, we don't have to do that. So by him signing the birth certificate when the baby was born, that's a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity, and he doesn't have to do.
In Georgia, it's different. Because in Georgia, I mean, I'm on my son's birth certificate. I was there when he was born. So, I mean, but they still, I mean, we joked about it. I was like, oh my God. I was like, son, because he was already 15 at the time. And I was like, son, bad news.
Kelsey was wishing she could wish him away, honestly.
I was like, there's only a 99.999999999 chance that I'm your father, son. But like, no, but my point being is that you have this, like, they go through all of this to make sure that the child is in the best place. You know, the child is the safest. There's a system put into place for this, and this system, for some reason, is not being implemented. And yet the child's well-being is the excuse for the things that are happening to Kelsey. See what I'm saying? Right. There's something seriously wrong here that people need to be asking a lot of questions about.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what
bothers me too. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. No, Mazza, please go.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll be brief here. So, it bothers me too is that he simply could just get an RO filed, and that's all it needed to be done for this to all be enacted. It's absolutely outrageous. If she had been, if there had been a hypothetical, because we're using quotes, air quotes today, a hypothetical race, for each parent to get there and try to get something filled out so they could get an RO on the other, then sees the child as a reward or as the goal in all of this. Yeah. It's an outrageous thing for our system here in Massachusetts. And what bothers me is that this story is getting out there, and God forbid people out there try to emulate this, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, this could be something that becomes an issue in the state for a lot of couples, and kids being involved. I think it sets a terrible precedent that this was allowed. Britt, go right ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is when you're looking at the discretion being used by the DA, look at Kelsey's case and look at this case with Justin that is not being prosecuted. Just look at the amount of evidence on each side. I mean, the full investigative job has basically already been done for the police on Justin's side. You have video, you have a digital footprint, you have accomplices / witnesses to the B&E. You have the connection to the Wi-Fi, which was his mother's. You have stolen, missing property. You've got all this stuff where basically the cops don't even need to lift a finger as far as putting.
They're there just to make sure the exchange is peaceful. That's it. That's
right. Well, but as far as prosecuting Kelsey versus prosecuting Justin, okay. Now look at the amount of evidence on Kelsey's side. All you have is the word of one cop who, after this week, his credibility is shot. Okay, this guy.
It could be. Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at potential drug abuse as recently as last month. Okay, where he wasn't showing up for work, picking up the phone. They had to come and do a wellness check on the guy, and I don't know if he was being honest about what he did or did not take, but he claims that Flexeril was involved, which is a muscle relaxer, which is used for short-term management of pain. Okay. Now, when you're talking about the word of this guy being the only evidence that Kelsey committed any crime,
they never interviewed her. How can you not interview the victim? You didn't get a statement, or you didn't try to get a confession out of the person who you're accusing to solidify your case? Right. Why not?
Well, okay. Now, though, after Friday, we're looking at the possibility of there not only having been some kind of interview or discussion with Detective Furman, but we're also hearing, as of this Friday, that he may have been wearing a body camera.
He was.
And do you know what office he's from? The North Andover Police Department. I said Northover. The North Andover PD, which means that if Detective Furman was wearing a body cam and he is from North Andover PD, there could have been an intentional, voluntary decision not to use body cams when they approached Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house on June 30th. That they may have had them and deliberately didn't use them. And we've seen this before if any of you have followed the Justin Root case. But
And the good thing is we have Kelsey, who is in that department, so she will have kind of an idea of what the shenanigans, if any, go on there. So that we're fortunate about.
Right.
That seems easy enough for Bradel and his team to figure out, though, right? Whether or not they were wearing body cams, you know.
And that was a good thing the judge did do on Friday, was to allow Kelsey to be able to leave to go to her lawyer's office with a lot less notice to get prepared for trial, because Kelsey will be a big help in the preparation, just like Karen Reed was a big help with her team. Kelsey can do a lot too, because she was a law
She's a cop.
officer.
Yeah.
She knows all the ins and outs of all of it. And for her to be able to get there, to not to have her poor mother, who works full time and is trying to juggle all of that, drive her into Boston. It's not a short ride, by the way. Every time Tim has a time to fit her in for an appointment. I was glad that he did that on, very quickly, so that they can get up and ready for trial. But to your point, Britt, it's amazing to me that the lengths the prosecutor wants to go to continue. It's Karen Reed all over again. It really is. It's Karen Reed 2.0, to make sure he continues to prosecute Kelsey when, don't look over here. Nothing to see here. We don't need to look at what Justin did. We don't need to look at that he committed wire fraud. He destroyed her property. He stole property from her, breaking and entering. We have all that concrete, objective evidence of crimes being committed. And all you have in Kelsey's case is he said, she said, which I think is more like he lied, she almost died.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have the jury, who is going to have the position of saying who they believe or not. And the benefit is, you either believe Kelsey or you believe Noonan. And if it's anywhere in between, Kelsey gets the benefit of that doubt.
Exactly.
There is no jury that is going to convict her of this. This is BS, and I think the jury is going to see right through it.
No, but you know what? There's so much damage already done. It's so ridiculous.
Sure. Yeah.
And when you look at everything from the beginning of this case, going back to this fundraiser and why it's so important, and I'm hoping there's a lot of new eyes on this, and a lot of people probably that are even watching this right now don't really know the whole story. And I encourage them to go down that rabbit hole, because your eyes will be opened when you see some of the things that happened to her in this case, the injustices that were done to this poor mom. It's incredible. And she has gone to the SJC twice, the Supreme Judicial Court. For people that aren't from our state, that's our highest state court. She's gone there twice. Countless hearings, countless briefs being filed, in addition to issues already in the family court and briefs and whatnot being filed there. This ain't cheap, people. She already had to sell her home. And that's one of the things that breaks my heart, Mazza, when you show that the location of the home to the school, and you think about Kelsey, living in that home and wanting to raise her baby in that home. And he basically had a playground in his backyard that he would have been able to play out there and be there. And because of this absolute BS, she had to sell her home. In addition, the girl has lost just about everything that you could possibly lose. And to think that she's not completely mentally broken, bravo, girl. I mean, she's sitting there. She looks strong at the hearing. I don't know if I could do it. I don't know.
If I could tell Kelsey directly, I would tell her it's time to get mad.
Yeah, you are telling her directly, because she's watching.
She watches everything.
It's time to get mad.
She is mad. She is mad. Well, trust me, she's mad. She's
but
fired
you know
up.
what?
She's motivated. Yep.
I'm just going to go all woman bitch here, but you know what?
Good.
She can't show it. She can't show it, because if she does, she's a psychomaniac, crazy bitch.
Right. No, sure.
It's like, look at her. Just like Karen Reed, right? Look at her. She's a
psycho.
I
mean that in the Karen Reedist sense I possibly can. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't.
Justin over there, big tough guy breaking down doors.
And Lori, before I forget, I know this is off subject, but I remembered it was actually my lawyer who told me to get the DNA test.
Yeah.
So you might be right. Like it might have just been my lawyer being, we want to be thorough. If I remember, it was
right. And the funny thing in Massachusetts is if you you have a 1-year window. If you decide, you know what, this is one of those tutorial things. We'll just kind of go off the side here from Kelsey. So if anybody's listening and they want this advice, if there's any gentlemen in the chat, if you happen to, be in a situation where you're expecting a little one and you're not married, and you think there might be a chance that maybe that little one might not be yours, don't sign the birth record. Okay. Don't sign the birth record, because if you sign the birth record, this is good advice for people, right, Will? This is good advice.
This is fantastic advice.
Right.
Because
if you sign the birth record and, you're playing house and you're living with mom for a little while and things are going well. And then, you come across maybe her phone open and you start seeing things and you start doing math in your head and you're like, and, the kid has blue eyes, but you both have brown eyes and things are getting really real. And you're like, I don't know about this. Guess what? You have 1 year. You have 1 year to make that decision, or it is nearly impossible. And I mean impossible to change the fact that you are now the de facto parent of that child.
So Lori, so a year from the birth of the child or a year from when you find out that it's not yours?
Nope. A year from birth.
Okay. Ooh. Yeah,
oh, dude.
Another lifetime ago, I dated someone who found out that, the child that he had been raising was not his, and he didn't find out until that boy was 9 years old.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very long time to be played. Cool.
It goes back to just what we've always been saying. Massachusetts has a very strong best interest of the child standard, right? So it's an actual statute. A 209C regulates, Mass General Laws 209C regulates out of wedlock births, and all of the parenting laws from there. And the statute is meant to protect the child from basically that exact situation that you're talking about, Britt, to not have like dad be dad for 9 years. And then because he went and had a blood test that said he's not dad, okay, I'm all set with you, kid. Because at that point, it's not about dad, it's about the kid. So you really can't, but it's difficult because I've been in the situation with my clients before where they're like, well, how I have to keep paying child support. Yes, you do. But the one thing that you can't make people do is still continue to visit with their child, but it's sad. And a lot of them, like, if you're 9 years, you have a relationship with the child, most of them do want to continue it, but I don't know many that want to continue to pay the child support. I have a real problem with it because it's usually a hidden thing, because there's not many women that are like, once it's kind of gone, you're together and that's dad and they didn't tell you, it usually isn't something that's confessed. It's usually something that's discovered. So I've made the argument before that to me, it's fraud in the inducement, right? Fraud in the inducement.
Exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah, you sign this birth record, the inducement, this is your child. I'm telling you it's your child. I'm basically lying to you because I know it's probably not your child, but this is our child. This is our child. Sign the birth record. But the statute is the statute. I have a hard time. There are a couple of exceptions to it, but I've had hard times even getting the judges to order the DNA test.
Wow.
Yeah. Once it's been over a year, because they're like, it's like statutory. After a year, you can't dispute it. The only thing you can do is potentially, if say like someone else is coming into the picture and they want to adopt the child, then you can potentially, waive your rights to the child and do it that way. But in Mass, you're still on the hook for the child support.
How long have you been an attorney in this field, Lori?
I'm 37 years. I've been an attorney, and so I started practicing when I
So
was 12.
I'm sitting here listening to you talk, and I'm going, I can only imagine the shit bags this woman has come across. And like, think about it. Like, I mean, criminal attorneys come across their share, but like, think about it. You've got people who are just using children, and they're I
It's
can't
bad.
even imagine.
It's
I
I
can't
mean,
imagine.
I have obviously most of my best friends are also family law attorneys, and a few of us have actually said we should start a podcast because I have a lot of things written down, and they're like the craziest things. When I have people come in and they're like, oh, you're not going to believe this story. I'm like, give it to me. Like, I'm like, is there something that you can tell me that I haven't already seen?
You would
or
do very
heard?
well.
You should
would do very
absolutely
well.
do that, Lori.
I'll explain why. I'll explain why. People like true crime
Yeah.
because of the drama aspect of the crime cases, the side stories, the stuff, the sex scandals, and all of that stuff. The custody stuff, all of that stuff. True crime is the stuff that attracts people to true crime cases, right?
Yeah.
So if you're talking about just that stuff, not even the crime cases, you're leaving the crime out of it. It's all, you know what I'm saying? And now you're actually using the crime to spice up the drama.
Yeah.
You're gonna clean up.
And think about this too, Will.
Very well.
So in criminal cases, the rules of evidence are so much more narrow and strict. In family, civil, custody type of cases, the rules of evidence are so much more lenient. So all of the, spicy stuff, most of the time, it gets in.
It does.
So,
wow.
Yeah, I'm sure Lori has some stuff.
I can only imagine.
It's hard to shock me. Let's just put it that way.
I'm thrilled right now. We've surpassed the all-time MazzaMedia totals, well over $25,000 right now between 12 fundraisers. We're now this is the third highest fundraiser so far, and it's only not even halfway through, 3 minutes away from the halfway mark. We're less than $900 needed. The record is $4,300. Second one's $4,291. This last one that broke the record was the new record because it used to be $4,291. We beat it by $9 one night.
Wow.
So we're less than $900 away from $4,300 on the night. Someone said they think this is going to be a $5,000 show. This is awesome. And this is a testament to people that are willing to put their money where their mouth is when it comes to believing in Kelsey's fight. People believe in this stuff seriously. And they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. People that are donating today have bills. They have food to buy. They have gas to put in their tank, unless, of course, they have an electric vehicle. But people have expenses, and people today, once again, are willing to put their money where their mouth is to not only support Kelsey, but to financially support Kelsey and all things for her, to give her and her defense team their best opportunity to help her succeed. And I just want to say right now, we've reached the midway point of the show, just to thank you to all of you so much right now for this. This has been an extremely amazing fundraiser so far. And it just shows you, how quickly we've got over $3,000 on this fundraiser, just how motivated everybody is right now and how enraged everybody is right now after what they've seen this past week. And it is only GiveSendGo. And that link's in the description and it's pinned to the top of the chat. But it shows you how motivated everybody is right now to help Kelsey Fitzsimmons out, to fight alongside her. People don't like to see what's happened. And this week, I think there might have been newer folks that have seen this stuff on the news as well and have taken to the internet. The Facebook group is growing. It's nearing 10,000 followers right now. This is a growing story, and motivation. Momentum is continuing to build here, and it's an important thing. And for me, who's followed this story since right around September 8th when she got out, and I started to do fundraisers, follow her story, support her. I've always just wanted to see this story get more and more amplification, and I feel very thankful right now as Purple Hearts enter the chat for Kelsey, who is believed to be watching with her family today. Purple Hearts are coming through right now for her. And support, even Red Hearts as well, coming through for Kelsey today. And it's just, again, this is what I've been praying for is just more and more momentum for Kelsey, as Kelly Reed, who's a cousin of Karen Reed, is sending Purple Hearts to Kelsey as well. And just everybody showing all this love and support right now. Caroline Forth has been a longtime supporter. B. Crumbs, Denise, so many people here have been showing support for Kelsey. And I just love to see it. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons, indeed. That's what we're all here for. And Sarah B. Creative was a longtime supporter. So many people, longtime supporters here. And if you're a new supporter, thank you guys for joining here today and helping us here. And looks like we just broke $86,000. Lama Suze is reporting.
Yes.
This is incredible. This is,
Incredible.
yeah.
That is incredible.
Mazza,
Yeah.
I just want to commend you for the consistent work that you've been doing. Lauren, you've put on a couple great fundraisers as well for Kelsey. And thank you to everyone who, even if it wasn't today, maybe it was during one of the previous fundraisers, but everybody who has contributed in some way toward this defense fund. I mean, it costs you everything to fight for your life. So thank you to everyone who has helped make it to where Kelsey can fight for her life. Because if you think about this, she not only is having to defend herself in court, she also is having to go through family probate court after this. And then she also has a stack of hospital bills that are a mile high. So she, this is not going to be an easy fight for her. It is going to cost, I can't even put a number on it, but to everybody who has helped make it possible for Kelsey to defend herself, thank you so much. And if you can't donate, there are lots of people who are not in a position to be able to do so. Please just share this fundraiser, share her story, share something that helps put more eyes on the case. Because what you get with people who fight for their lives and defend themselves, what you get with that is sunlight. You get exposure on the things that have made it to where Kelsey is in this position. I mean, this story is not necessarily about Kelsey. I would not say that Kelsey is the main character in this. The main characters are the people who created the situation that has happened to Kelsey, the people who have violated her due process rights, the people who, to some extent, have gone very far out of her way to
the
take
bad actors,
everything,
if you will,
to take everything from her. So when you have more people looking at this, you get with that the possibility of these bad apples being brought to the surface. So please, if you're unable to donate, at the very least, please just help get the word out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's really important that we try to appreciate what Kelsey's, like you were saying, Britt, what Kelsey has to face. I mean, right now, family court isn't even involved, and they should be. That's insane that they're not. But once family court does get involved, that process in and of itself is going to be long, and more importantly, expensive. She's going to need, especially if the system's working against her, she's going to need a good attorney. And we really need to help her out with that, because obviously we see enough evidence. I mean, normally, like, it's not really ideal to get involved in these personal family issues, but this is very public of what's happening to her, and they used the law and they committed crimes to basically take this woman's child. This is what the motive seems to be. Is the motive seems to be, let's just weaponize the system to take this woman's child and shoot her in the process. It's insane, and charge her. So I mean, once this gets into family court, that process is going to be so long and so difficult. and very expensive. So
Yeah.
anything to that, I mean, $1, $2, whatever that you could spare just to help her out, and just take a second and imagine what that process is going to be like, especially those of you who have dealt with family court. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And especially because, we're talking about a 1-year-old child and an already contentious relationship between mom and dad. So it's never going to be over until he's emancipated, because I have a feeling it's just going to be one fight after another, unless, of course, Justin's in jail. That would probably make it a little bit easier. And I do know that the prosecutor said he was going to have immunity, but he can't really speak for the feds. Yes. So I'm hoping that they're looking. I don't have a lot of faith, honestly, in many of the systems in Mass, even the federal ones. But I'm hoping they're looking. I mean, I don't know how you can turn the other way on that. I really don't.
He has committed federal crimes.
He has, absolutely.
So, it's definitely possible at this point. I'm sure that once Bradel and his team understood what Essex County was going to do or not do about the crimes that he very clearly, allegedly committed.
Clearly, allegedly.
Clearly, allegedly committed. I can definitely see Bradel forwarding that evidence and that information to someone on the federal side.
Well, and also, Essex County can be corrupt as they want to be, but he's still employed. And that to me is a problem, because he's a public servant. Yep. And,
everyone
people
is.
Correct.
Everyone
and
in that house was.
Correct. And if the community has a problem with that, they need to reach out to the North Andover Fire Department. Also, there's other fire departments and police departments that have been tied into this. So as a public servant, you have a right to speak out and tell them what you want and don't want. And he has no business being a firefighter anymore, in my opinion.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a huge announcement to make. Here it comes. It's coming in the chat in just a moment here. Here we go. We broke the all-time record for MazzaMedia fundraisers. We just surpassed that. Some big donations are coming in. The new total for tonight is, as of this moment, $5,028.
Wow.
Great.
Amazing.
That is crazy. That is so awesome.
We've surpassed 83K, 84K, 85K, 86K, and now the $87,000 mark. This is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone here that's on this show, tuning in, donating, give yourselves a round of applause, quite honestly, because we hey, Geller, I got the hand clapping sound effects now. Hold on, let me try.
Okay.
If I can find it.
For one of Mazza's new sound effects.
I see
right,
you,
yeah.
Mazza.
Yeah, I think it might be freezing right now. Let's see.
And you don't have the little duck in the corner anymore either.
No.
Mazza upgraded his StreamYard.
I upgraded my StreamYard for some. Here we go. Now we got the applause. Here it comes. Clara likes to do this. We're going to do it. Here we go.
Hey. I love it.
There we go. All right, we got it. There's another one. All right, there we go.
That's
my
awesome.
My favorite one is the gong. I just throw that in for anything now. It's yeah, I have to. I have
fundraiser. Yeah. We have now surpassed $87,000. Gong.
I love it.
I love it. Amazing.
That's so great.
Very odd fact that probably will serve no purpose to anybody in here, but I recently learned that gongs need to be warmed up before you strike them. So when they're hanging, if you just run right up to it and hit the middle, that puts you in a position where you're the most likely to break it or crack it. So what you need to do is take your mallet and then kind of very lightly hit the outer area and then strike the center.
But do you have a gong?
I don't, but I
was gonna say,
symbol.
Please give us a live showing.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, gong education was not on my bingo card today at all.
Yeah, all
The more
I
you
got
know.
is
Yeah.
the symbol, but
Right.
yeah, you just would like very gently get around the corners, well, not corners, but around the edges here, and then hit the middle, or else you'll break the gong. But,
Yeah.
Don't break the gong, guys.
Don't.
Good to
Never
know.
break
Don't
the
do
gong.
it.
I love it. I never knew you had a gong in the background, Britt. That's awesome.
This is a symbol signed by Danny Carey. Yeah, Danny Carey is one of my favorite drummers. He
Tool.
most people know him for drumming for Tool, and then he also recently has been working with King Crimson. But he's awesome. But that's who signed this. That's why I have it up here.
Danny Carey is an alien from outer space who plays drums.
Yes. I also call him Kronos, the god of time.
Yeah.
The aging whisperer. What does that mean?
I saw Danny Carey.
Oh,
I got
song.
to see. So I went to Riot. I don't remember what year it was. I think it was 2006. No, it was before that. It was like 2014 or 15. I saw Primus at Riot Fest in Chicago,
Ooh.
and their drummer got sick. So Danny Carey filled in. I'd never seen. I got really lucky. I had never seen a drum kit get an applause without the drummer there. Like when they set it up and then they wheeled out his drum kit on the stage, and everybody who was waiting was like, yes, like because it was Danny Carey's drum kit.
Oh
And then,
my god.
And then it was just the wildest Primus show. That's when I realized I was too old to be in those crowds. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. No, I can't do it. 'Cause I was getting crushed, but it was an incredible show. It was incredible.
What a unique experience though, seeing Les Claypool and Danny Carey on the same stage together. That's something you can't just buy a random ticket for. That's for sure.
No. I mean, you did though, because it just so happened Primus's drummer just got sick, and then Danny Carey was like, "I'll do it." And I don't know what he was there for. Tool wasn't playing that Riot Fest, so I don't know what he was there for. He was probably just there just to be there.
They did tour together in somewhere in like the 2015, 2016 range, because I remember seeing them. I remember seeing Tool in 2016 and Primus opened for them. But
I think he got sick before the show, even before the festival even started, and then Danny Carey was like, sorry, my memory, like it comes back to me slowly. Things come back to me slowly. Things that I haven't thought about in a long time. But we railroaded this fundraiser here. We need to get back to Kelsey. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, we gotta have the time out for music discussion. That's all good, and we're excited. We're pumped up because we've all of us collectively on this panel tuning in today. Everyone donating has done an amazing job. I want to thank everybody. I thought my goal was to hit 25,000 for all 12 fundraisers. I might have a realistic. We might have a realistic opportunity to hit $30,000 in this fundraiser. We still got an hour and 17 minutes to go, and I want to thank everybody once again for your donation. Someone asked.
We have 900 more? Do we have 900 more to get to that 30,000?
Yeah, we got.
I think we can do that.
What's the 30,000? How much this channel has raised?
Yes.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. That's amazing.
Yeah, I keep the running total through every single one of them, and
I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's been Lauren and me have been doing fundraisers together. She's been on mine. I've been on her. We're alternating weeks, and Common Sense Investigator is a great channel on YouTube. Give her a follow because we love Lauren and all that she brings. Someone asked who Britt Happens is. Britt Happens is from Florida, and she's awesome. And we love having her because sometimes Britt happens. And when Britt happens, usually there's fundraisers being donated to Kelsey and other people. So we love Britt. Lori Mullen, great attorney from Fall River, family-based attorney, just has a lot of insight into this. And Will DeGlaire, most of you guys have seen him online. You probably not only know him, but you know his dog Clover and his cat Drago. So a lot of good things. But guys, this has been great. As we continue on here, as we push towards the end of the second hour, is Noonan and other officers actually that morning before the RO was served. Some people may or may not know, Kelsey was actually at the police station doing her CPR test training, annual training. She had the baby with her that morning. So what's wild about this story is that she was actually at the police station with that child that morning. Several officers, I presume, were there. And then she ends up getting a communication from Justin to meet her at a park where she stays for around 3 hours before she goes home. And then later there's a knock at the door. 3 officers show up and the RO is served. And you know what happened after that, of course. But what's so crazy is the fact that those officers saw her with the child in the morning. Where was any officer when this was being served out there to, I always said it the way that even if they, obviously if they had to serve it and it was signed, they had to serve it. I get it. Obviously they didn't have DCF. Obviously they didn't have a female cop. Now, regardless of that, just to look at a more centralized point of what I'm focusing on here, why is it that none of those officers at any point when she opens up that door, they just enter the house? Why do they not say, hey, Kelsey, this is why we're here. This is what's happened. Look, this has been filed against you. That should have, in my opinion, and Laura, you can either back me up, correct me if I'm wrong. Why didn't they have this discussion with her before they ever entered the premises? Why didn't they just say, hey, look, this is why we're here, to kind of deflate and de-escalate anything that could happen? Because again, these are her fellow officers that know her. She was at that police station with the child that very morning. Lori, go right ahead.
Yeah, I wish I knew, but because I don't think any of the procedures were followed. I mean, they proceeded to kind of escort her inside while she was holding that baby, and then didn't secure the firearms at all. They asked her where they were. I mean, they asked her where they were, and she said in the basement. And then two went up with her upstairs, and then one of them was called away. Why? Because Justin showed up, and she said, keep him away from me. Keep him away from me is what she said. And one of the other officers went down to, I don't know, help Justin steal things from the basement or whatever it was he was doing. But I really, I wish I had, it was all done incorrectly. That's the whole thing. The whole thing was done. It was a completely avoidable incident that just escalated beyond anywhere it should have gone. I mean, and then from there, we had to follow up with all the cover up. That's what we had to do.
One might even argue that it escalated simply because it was executed completely wrong.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, how would you feel?
Right.
You feel like you have okay, she knows. We saw what Justin was like in that video and a few other things that he's done. Kelsey knew him a lot better than we know him, just from what we've seen. She probably felt that her world was coming to an end, and her world, to be honest with you, was Caden. That was her world. So she feels that's coming to an end. She feels it all stacked against her. And guess what? After everything we've seen, she wasn't wrong, was she?
See, that's what I'm saying is, no, of course, like, that's not the way you handle the situation. Yeah. I'm just saying that even if Noonan's story is correct, I don't blame her. On a moral level, I don't blame her. I right. See she has every right to feel threatened in that situation. Yeah. I mean, how many times has she taken a call where there was a social worker present and they had to go make sure that a child was safe? I mean, she's a police officer. How many situations like that has she been in where she knows what the proper situation is? And maybe because she saw it wasn't done properly, she felt threatened.
Right. Will, she had a situation like that with the officer that shot her, Officer Noonan. They had gone to the home of,
that's right.
It was like a murder-suicide type of thing, right? And they witnessed that together. So it was probably like just so I can't even imagine what was going through her head at that. I mean, as a mom, I can't imagine it.
These officers all knew that she was out because of postpartum and that she had just come back and was cleared for duty. So how much more so to give this fellow officer the courtesy of doing things correctly, because had they gone in and secured the weapon, would not have happened. Period. End of story. That's it. And then they go up to the room and they let her obviously get up there ahead of time before them. She begins to pack the clothing, and then all of this escalates. There's no de-escalation. And before this incident happened, she heard Justin downstairs and said, "Keep him away from me."
Yep.
Why? Because that escalated everything. That has no business taking place.
yeah.
He should have
There
never
was
been there.
there was no procedure. There's no de-escalation procedure even implemented
None.
in the first place. You know,
Well-
like there should have been precautions for de-escalation in the first place to avoid escalation in the first place, which were not taken at all. So, I mean, what do you expect to happen?
Right. And then also to have, okay, you've got to remember who this restraining order was against that they were serving in the first place. You're showing up to Kelsey's house, serving a restraining order against who? Justin. And then you bring whom into the home? Justin. That is the most backwards.
Right. There's no right. That makes no sense at all. Why is he there? Why is he there?
Not have been there. He should not have been there.
This is an
And there's no
aggressor.
social worker.
No.
Yes.
Like
and that's the thing
it's as if he showed up with a gang of cops to have his back. Is how it comes off.
It's
Like-
exactly how it comes off. If you were to, you know how we have these license plates for all these cases, right? Massachusetts, and then framed Karen Reed. Massachusetts executed Justin Root. Massachusetts murdered Sandra Birchmore. I would argue if we were to give Kelsey a license plate, it would be Massachusetts set up Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Because this was structured from top to bottom, from bottom to top, to create this situation. I mean, you even saw it verbalized in Justin's filings. I'm afraid that, Kelsey will do something drastic if you serve, when you serve this restraining order. I'm afraid that this, that, and the other will happen. So if they had reason, awesome. Okay, love that, Richie. So Justin had already said that she's been working on her mental health. If we make her upset, there's no telling what will happen, right? So why are you putting these aggressors into the scenario is what I want to know.
Right. If you're trying to make the situation not volatile, why would you add volatile elements to the situation? It makes no sense at all.
It's insane. It's insane. It's such poor training,
right?
Or not following training. It's just
or something much more nefarious.
Yes,
disregard for training.
Yeah. Yes.
And then bring in what we know now too, which is that almost immediately following, while Kelsey was, being operated on, Justin breaks into the home and commits all types of fraud because he was betting on her not surviving.
Right.
In my opinion.
Right. What kind of a person?
Yeah, he was trying to set up her finances to where everything was going to go to him as the next of kin beneficiary. So, that really adds a certain level of nefarious, forethought, I would say.
It also shows what a dumbass he is, because no insurance, no pension, no nothing is going to look at that and be like, oh, okay, This lady is literally fighting for her life in a hospital bed under surgeries, and we're just going to ignore the fact that her policy is being changed right under her nose. What a dumbass. This guy is far
And what
beyond
about
anything.
the fact that he went back and put the computer back there, back at the house? Like, how did that happen? I got to hear. I mean, we don't really know that whole story yet. That's all. There's so much more that's going to come out. This is like the tip of the iceberg. But, you know, he accessed all the computer stuff and did all the things, and then was like, oh, shoot, I better go and put this back there now. So that's there. I don't know what what else he extracted or
also
took from the
stupid. Thank you for that.
He's got, I mean, I don't know, but he's got crackish tendencies, man.
Will, can you talk about that? What you were saying this morning? The take. That was so spot on.
What was I saying this morning?
And your clever walk, the fact that
I was just that's what clever walks are. I just talk. I don't.
It was good though. It was good though. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it seems like he's just like he's got it, this is what you see in an addict, you know, like just completely and totally brazen. I'm just gonna take whatever I want, you know. I'm refreshing my memory now as to what I was thinking, because this is a guy who seems to have this entitlement to where he just, and everything is forced. He just takes whatever he wants. So there's an abusive nature in that behavior for sure. Now I don't know what his relationship with Kelsey was like when they were together, but I would imagine based on this behavior, had they stayed together, that would have came out for sure. I have no doubt in my mind. This is someone who seems totally without any regard for or without any capability of true empathy. I mean, he has no empathy for Kelsey. He has no empathy for his own child, because nothing is in the interest of this child. Like, there's no way that you're going to tell me that this guy behaving the way he is going to convince me that Kelsey is a bad mother and a danger to her child.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything from Kelsey that makes her a danger to her child, but I'm seeing this guy acting like a crackhead, and that is dangerous to a child.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. He saw the relationship breaking down. I think that was a big part of it. They had a fight over the previous weekend at the party. I think there were allegations that he was cheating on her. And on the 27th, so he got the restraining order on June 30th. And on the 27th, in a filing from his family court lawyer, he says that's the date that Justin moved out of Kelsey's home. So that's even in a filing. So this whole, I was living there. Well, no, your lawyer says you weren't living there as of June 27th. Now, what happened from the time he got back from that whatever, it was a bachelorette party? Did he go to see a lawyer? And did that lawyer? So let's play this out. If say Justin comes to, and this isn't legal advice, anybody in the chat, this is just, me thinking it through. Justin comes to see me and says, me and my girlfriend, we're not getting along so great. I'd like to, explore getting custody of my child, or at least tell me what my rights are. What's going to happen? How much money? There's a big one that I'm always getting asked. How much money am I going to have to pay in child support? Let me tell you, Massachusetts has one of the highest child support guidelines in the country. So I would have had him come in, and I would have explained to him that under the law, he has no rights to have the child or have custody of the child unless he actually files a complaint for custody, support, and parenting time. He has legal rights relative to the child from being on the birth record, but to get beyond just, having basic legal rights as a parent, he would have to go to court. The father always has to go to the court. The custody is with the mother until the father goes to court. So he would have had to file something, and then I would have estimated, and I can even look it up online because they're both public servants, what their incomes were. And I would have plugged that number into, what, I wish I had done that beforehand. I'm going to do that and maybe put it on my X later. But I would have plugged it into my child support calculator, and I would have told Justin or any gentleman coming to see me approximately how much their child support was going to be. And in a case like this, you're probably looking at, if I had to guesstimate, and it is just a guesstimation, but $300 to $400 per week, in child support. So if you're looking for your motivation, if you're looking for your motive of why maybe all of this happened, there you have it.
We know he's
Well-
money motivated.
He's money motivated, and then we're going to attach the home. We're going to do all these, So, and in Massachusetts, child support continues can continue up until age 21, so long as the child's principally dependent upon a parent for support, and up to age 23 if they're a full-time student. One of the very few states in the country that have child support past age 18.
Well, let's add this variable. What if there is some form of disability or sickness or, psychological issue with the child that makes it to where there's going to be a longer period of time, if ever, before as an adult they're able to stand on their own 2 feet?
Yeah. So what happens there, Britt, is once the child ages out, it becomes more an issue of guardianship. So if you have an adult child that you need to get guardianship over, you can go to the court under a guardianship thing to try to get support. But usually at that point, you're getting some kind of Social Security disability, some SSI payments as the guardian of that child. So, yeah. But yeah, the court can make orders to continue support from another parent in those circumstances. But even going to 20, when I tell some of the people that come in, that they could potentially be on the hook for child support up till age 23, with again pretty much the highest child support guidelines in the country, it's a pretty big chunk of change, and it motivates people in certain ways. That's all I'm saying. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, that's motive in and of itself, right there. I mean, if he's looking to break up with her, and he's facing, he already knows, or she's looking to break up with him, and he's like, oh my God, how much is this going to charge me? How much is this going to cost me in child support? This is how I'm going to go and avoid that. I'm going to make her pay me child support, and then I'll just take my kid. We have
that ex parte, the quotes, ex parte hearing, and that's what happened. And she never made it to the return hearing, the return date. But that return date, the return date is now scheduled. Okay. So she does have a hearing scheduled on her restraining order. I believe it's April 14th. So that should be a full evidentiary hearing on the restraining order post-trial, post criminal trial.
Well, okay. So let's say hypothetically that as we see more evidence from this case, let's say Kelsey hadn't made it and charges were being filed. Okay. The evidence of Justin trying to hack into all her accounts to become like the beneficiary for her pension. I don't know if he did anything with her life insurance, but taking her computer, taking her passport, trying to, get into her medical records. Actually, I believe he successfully got into her medical. All that would make you look so much worse.
Well, and it's all criminal. So, if hypothetically,
they're felonies.
Federal violations in there too.
Thank God it didn't happen. But I mean, if you play it all the way out, if under this hypothetical, Brett, if Kelsey didn't make it, and thank God she did, because she's a strong woman. If she didn't make it, and then all this other stuff came out, Justin could likely be in jail. And under those circumstances, Kelsey's parents, who are not even allowed to visit with baby Caden because of who, would probably be the guardians of that child.
But again, Essex County would have to choose to prosecute him, and they wouldn't, especially if she was gone. Yeah, but still, it's up to them if they're going to do anything about it, which is so sick.
It's baffling.
Sick. Yeah,
it's that's why I say it's Karen Reed 2.0. Who are you protecting? Why would you protect someone with objective evidence of committing alleged
It's like it's right there. There's video
that's
evidence,
what's
there's
so crazy.
data, everything
We
you
have
need
to
on a
say
silver
allegedly.
platter with a freaking bow on it,
Right.
and
Yeah.
you're not gonna prosecute
That's
this?
what I'm
Like, are you
saying.
Video
Gaslighting.
evidence.
Yeah.
Gaslighting. You don't see. No, that's not what you're seeing.
Yeah.
You don't. What?
Right.
What? Like what did I
Yeah,
just say?
and then
What did I
and then
just
they're
say?
trying so hard to prosecute Kelsey when
Yeah.
again there's no
There's
evidence.
nothing.
Absolutely nothing. All they have is the word of Noonan, and we can't trust.
And he doesn't have any incentive to lie.
Right. I mean, hell, the grand jury barely trusted a word that came out of his mouth too.
Right.
Otherwise, she'd be still looking at attempted murder.
Right.
Yeah.
And the grand jury heard all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, to Officer Noonan. Obviously, it's a one-party hearing, and they failed to indict. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but like if his story is she pointed the gun at me and fired and it jammed, that's attempted murder.
Mm-hmm.
The grand jury said, "Oh no, we're not buying that for a second." With only one side presented. So the grand jury, why? Once again, like I used to say in Karen and Aiden's case, let it go. Just let it go. It's like they get challenged, and by them I mean like the prosecution, the ADA's office, the DA's office. They get challenged, and instead of saying, "Let's take an objective look at this. Let's look at what we have here, and maybe we'll just maybe this isn't one we're going to prosecute." They're like, "Let's double down." This is the most absurd case in the world, so we're just going to go full steam ahead and make complete fools of ourselves. Let's do that
and make
instead.
sure your cameras are rolling while we do it.
Yes.
Like, what?
Yeah, because in Karen they had to do it, because if Karen didn't do it, then automatically who did it? The people in the house. They had to protect them. So here, if Kelsey didn't put her weapon at Noonan, then he just straight up murder her for no reason. So they have to. They're doubling down instead of doing that. And all of the light is going to be shed in the trial, just like it was in Karen Reed's case. These people are not really thinking it through. This is going to be a big deal, just like Karen's trial. People are going to see the actual truth.
It's getting crazy. It's getting crazier and crazier. And I have a feeling, thank God for Kelsey's dad, the security expert. I mean, what the heck? I mean, you can't make this shit up. It's almost like a made for TV movie that like just everything's fitting together just a little too well. And you're like, this isn't real life, but it is real life. And he goes and he changes the locks and everything. It's just like,
I have seen, this is the second time that I have taken full notice into what I believe to be divine intervention. And you have Karen Reed, who was calling John's phone frantically, sees John's body in the snow, drops her phone in the car, and John's voicemail picks up Jen McCabe calling 911.
Yeah,
that is
right.
That's a miracle, is what that is.
Exactly.
The fact that Kelsey's dad happens to do what he does for a living and is like probably one of the best at it, and this guy pulls what he does, like it's so easy for her dad to just be like, "Oh, look, look. I mean, this is what I do." You know what I mean? For him.
But why do you think Dad wanted to go and do that right away? Let's be honest. Dad was like, we got stuff that's got to be protected in there, so I'm going to go change his life. In a million years, he probably didn't think, Bustin' Justin was going to come, knocking the door in with his head, and he probably didn't think that was going to happen. He probably thought it was at least a secure situation by changing those locks. But
Dad's being dad, and he's making sure everything is running, man. He's checking the security cameras. He's making sure everything's recording. He's watching out. He already knows something's amiss here, and it doesn't add up. And I'm going to do whatever I can based on the skills that I have to protect my daughter. And lo and behold, it worked out in that way. It worked out in that fashion to where it protected his daughter.
Video evidence. Now we have video. It's amazing.
What's outrageous too is that he went to that house under the belief that his key would open that door.
Of course,
and then all of a sudden he realizes that, well, guess what? The locks have been changed. So does he that's the thing. He said whatever he said, he went over there with the intent that, I'm going to put my key in the door, I'm going to unlock it, I'm going to enter the house. At this point, he finds out the key's not working. So what does he do? He decides the next obvious thing to do is to basically bust the door open. That's the idea that would be the audacity to think to do something like that is so outrageous. In terms
and
of
to have his 3 buddies think it's okay too, and then they're
Sure,
going in. I mean, I'm sorry. I have a lot of good friends, but I'd be like, I'm out.
Right.
I'm sorry. Break in and entering. That wasn't on my bingo card today. I'm like,
exactly. They all just waddled right on in there with him. They are
and then followed him down the stairs to the basement. It was like kind of weird, wasn't it? It's like, what are they all doing down there? Like,
and let me say this for the Essex DA to say that they had no good faith basis to prosecute Justin was the most insane, disingenuous thing, because you literally have on camera them walking over to the router, the modem, and the alarm system. Yeah. And they walked over and ripped it out of the wall, and that's when the video cuts off. So if the Essex County DA really how could they be so disingenuous as to say that there is no good faith basis to prosecute? If there's no good faith basis to prosecute Justin for that, when you literally have him on video ripping out the modem and the alarm from the wall, literally have that part on video, which means that whatever he intended to do afterwards is probably worse than the B&E, then you certainly have no good faith basis to prosecute Kelsey Fitzsimmons based upon the word of Patrick McCarthy Noonan.
Yeah, they're corrupt. I mean, it's that simple. Him saying we didn't have probable cause. No, you're right. You had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's in the video. Like, it's insane.
Yeah,
insane.
Good faith basis. My backside.
You know what I hope, I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't have any inside knowledge on this at all. I hope Kelsey has a picture on her phone of that nice letter that Justin wrote to her, because ladies do things like that, don't we? We're like, I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to my
flowers,
sister, or show it to my, or just even just to memorialize it or whatever. Because there's a reason why he took that, it was impeachment evidence.
Didn't her dad say that it previously had been on the refrigerator?
It was on the refrigerator. That's why. And it was a crucial piece of evidence because it negated a lot of the things that he put in the restraining order, in his affidavit in the restraining order, because it's a written statement by him, what a great mom she is, what a great partner she is, all of these things. And there's a reason why he stole that, right? I mean, there's a reason why he took that piece of paper off of her refrigerator. Mm-hmm. I wonder what his friends thought of that. They would, and if they pull the, we didn't see anything. Gee, I don't know. I saw them following really closely behind Justin there down those stairs. They were practically tripping over each other. They were all going down as one unit. Right. I wonder if they're going to testify. I wonder if they saw that letter on the refrigerator.
Like they would be honest. I don't believe them for anything.
No, I know. It's just it's sad though, isn't it?
Well, one of the gentlemen, and I use that term very loosely, is Bustin' Justin's brother.
Right.
Correct.
The other two I have confirmed are fire department. One of them is supposedly former police. Too. And someone in the chat asked earlier if one of them was wearing gloves. I want to see. It doesn't look like it.
No, they're not. That was going around, but there's no one wearing gloves here.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Noonan in the other.
Yeah, that was Noonan when he arrived. Okay.
Every time I see it.
That seems a little odd to me that you show up at your own partner's home already gloved up.
Yeah. That was odd. There's still no explanation for that. This is every time I see it. Oh my God. Look at this.
Twinkle toes right here.
Who's wearing gloves?
No one
Noonan.
in this video. Yeah, only
No, the
Noonan.
Oh,
officer
okay.
that shot
Yeah.
Kelsey, when he came through the door, he had gloves.
Okay.
He already had gloves on.
Okay.
And then, Mazza,
I
I
mean-
got your message the other day about
Yeah.
the ballistics.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
I'd like to get into that at some point.
All right,
I'm
you wanna
not.
take over the conversation.
Go ahead, Will.
I was just gonna say I'm not really that suspicious about gloves. But I mean, in that scenario, kind of, yeah. But as somebody in the chat was saying, why do cops wear the gloves? Well, so they don't, get fingerprints on anything and taint evidence.
Except it wasn't a crime at that point. Will.
But there wasn't a crime at that point, right?
They were just
So-
going to give her a restraining order, so it's kind of weird.
Right.
Well, these-
So why? I mean, maybe to
I don't know.
collect her gun, maybe that's procedure when he's going to collect her firearm. I don't know. But yeah, it is a little weird that
Yeah,
he
and
was
I mean,
wearing
it's
gloves.
your partner. That's just what seems strange to me. It's someone who he's probably been there socially before, So
True.
that just seems strange.
Well, they're not leather gloves. Sorry, in the chat. I also have to point that out. Most likely, what those were like black latex gloves. Those seem to be the norm nowadays. When I was a body piercer, I like to wear them because if a client was bleeding and I was like, there were times you have trouble getting the jewelry through, and so the process is painful. And if there's blood, it alarms the client a lot less because you can't see it on the black glove so much. So like it could be the solution that I use to sterilize. It could be anything. But standard I've been seeing lately when I see cops put on gloves, they're usually the black latex gloves or nitrile gloves. Most likely nitrile because allergies. People have latex allergies.
Yeah.
But it's pretty common to use the black ones. So people if they look like leather gloves, they're likely the black nitrile gloves.
I think something above that because I'm going to post the close-up video I posted here for everyone to see. This is the zoomed-in footage here of the glove. Let me see if this is displaying on the screen now, and it is. Okay, so if you look at this right here, right there, you can tell it gets a little bit thicker around his wrist.
Yeah.
Right about
Oh,
there.
yeah.
So
Yeah, right there.
we had Claudia King on, who is a retired law enforcement agent, and she said those are tactical gloves, and it really just
They
would
look
depend
like
on-
tactical gloves. They do
Yeah.
look like tactical gloves.
She said it would really just depend on, did he go to every house call with them? Did some cops do? Some cops wear them all the time. So it would really
Yeah.
just depend on his practice, his habits as to whether it's
Yeah.
suspicious. But potentially, yeah, absolutely, it could be suspicious.
And
These
then
aren't tactical gloves, but they're thickish. But why he would be wearing those? What time of year was that?
June.
You know?
Summertime.
In the summer.
I do
yeah.
have tactical
It's
gloves
June.
upstairs, but the tactical gloves, at least the ones I have, they have like a plastic, covering around the knuckle area. So, and I didn't really see like too prominent, like you would see his knuckles be a lot more prominent. But so maybe those, I don't know, they seem to have the strap around the wrist that tactical gloves have. Like even these gloves have those, I think. Oh no, they don't. They have the zipper. But yeah, like I feel like those could be tactical gloves, but I don't know because I know them to have the knuckle covering too. And I didn't see that his knuckles being too prominent.
I just noticed someone in the chat saying, who would know his habits? Kelsey.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Good comment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So Noonan's initial statement was that, when he fired, the first round missed Kelsey. He fired twice in total, and the second hit her.
Correct.
Which, okay. Generally
Sounds-
speaking, I find that weird because usually if you're going to miss 1 out of 2 shots, the second shot is the one that misses because you're dealing with the recoil from the first shot. So you're more likely to hit the first time than you are the second.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't agree
Well,
with that.
just unless you have some time in between the shots. When
They're maybe for like unprofessional people, but professionals who know how to handle a Glock who has very little recoil, I don't think that would have anything to do with it.
I just have a lot of questions about Noonan's side of the story.
Oh yeah.
I stick by my original theory, and still giving Noonan the benefit of the doubt. I think it's fair to do that. I mean, I think he's lying. Don't get me wrong, but what I think is that her story is true, that she went to shoot herself, but the gun misfired, and then he saw an opportunity. And I think the guy maybe watched too many movies or something, was aiming for her shoulder, didn't know what else to do, saw an opportunity because the gun misfired, and then shot at her to try to get her to drop the gun in whatever way he could. He's not that good of a shot. Obviously, if he missed the first time, the second time he aimed more towards her shoulder, overzealous, went too close to the middle of her chest and got her in the chest. That's what I think happened, because I mean, he was her partner. I don't think that he walked in there with the intention of killing her. I don't see there's nothing to indicate that.
No,
so
I agree.
I would lean more towards he was trying to save her life, but that's not procedural, and he could get in trouble and lose his badge for doing that. So he lied to cover his own ass. That's what I think.
Absolutely agree with you. That's exactly my theory as well. I think what happened is I think she got that firearm. I think she was going to, in a suicidal fashion, turn it on herself. I think he jumped the gun in a panic, and when he panicked, he missed the first shot. He course corrected his aim and then fired at her and hit her the second time. And then that's basically what happened. It was all incidental because, again, the North Andover Police Department failed to secure any firearms in the home before they moved her around the house. Additionally, they allowed Noonan in a one-on-one isolated situation with Kelsey, leading to a he said, she said, where, I can't speak for the other police officers, but these police officers, if one of them had witnessed it, would they have told the truth or vouched for him? Now, in addition to all of this, what drives me absolutely insane is the fact that, again, they had other people in the house that were allowed in the house. They did not secure the scene. They had a baby in the house when this particularly happened. This is all just an outrageous situation that got really out of control. If they secured the firearms first, they would have protected the entire scene, including their fellow officers and anybody else that they allowed in the house. And that's really where they did a disservice, because, again, when you have an officer missing his first shot and a bullet hits an air conditioner, fortunately it didn't go through the window, hit a neighbor, hit somebody in a school zone. This is stuff that's absolutely crazy. And this officer was placed on critical leave. And then what's crazy is he's on that leave for about 2 months. Then once he gets off it, he's back on the force for about 60 days, roughly. Then they put him back on it because he oversleeps, because he claims he was on Flexerol. Why did they put him back on that same critical incident leave again when they had put him on that the first time? Was there something happening with him psychologically where he knew in his heart of hearts and his mind that he inadvertently shot and nearly killed Kelsey Fitzsimmons, even though he did not intend to, because he thought he had it's like in Die Hard with Reginald VelJohnson. He was talking about what bothered him. He goes, I accidentally shot a kid. He thought the kid had something else. He accidentally shot him, and it bothered him. Is it possible that's what's happened with Noonan here, is he thought that she was going to shoot him, jumped the gun, shot at her twice, and then all of a sudden down the road, he's placed back on critical incident leave a second time because there's something wrong with this guy mentally? Or is that just what stands out to me? Because Bradel clearly lays it out in that motion that that's usually reserved for other things, but then he's placed on critical incident leave once. He's then placed on it again after being back on the force on, I think it was limited time on the force, or he was restricted or whatever. And then he's back on it again. Why did they put him back on it that second time it makes me sit there and say, is it possible this guy was having either had mental health issues to begin with? He was either traumatized from that thing him and Kelsey were on together, or he was really traumatized from shooting his own partner. So let's just say, we always kind of look at the guy as a villain, but maybe this guy just overreacted too. We don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what he did or how he reacted. But let's just say he did.
I mean, it's not inconceivable that her gun jammed, the way that she says it did. I mean, if there was already a round in the chamber and then she went to pull the chamber back to put another round in, it's going to jam. If she didn't realize that there was already a round in the chamber and tried to put one in there, the gun's going to jam. So, I mean, that's very possible. But, at the same time, like I said, I mean, I just feel like I have no reason to think that this guy had some premeditated, plan to shoot her. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. But that theory is coming from Kelsey's own story,
Right.
So, when I think of it in terms like that, it makes sense.
Right.
But him lying about it, just it's so damaging to her. Like just for lack of a better term, bite the bullet, man, and tell the truth. And you're messing with not only her life but a child's. Like your career. I mean, if you messed up, you messed up, and maybe there's other work for you that's better off. Who knows, man? Like it's not the end of the world to not be a cop anymore.
Right.
Especially if you know in your heart that you are trying to save someone's life. You know what I'm saying? Like versus ruining this woman's life and potentially her child's life.
Mm-hmm.
And he would be right. And he would be, even before Judge Kathleen McCarthy named him, he would be the primary reason why Kelsey was in jail, because she was shot by him, unable to complete that breathalyzer. And regardless of whatever the charges would have been, regardless of whether or not she would have gone to jail or not, the fact is she went back to jail by that judge's order because she was shot and unable to complete that scram test. So of it in itself, him lying about this has only made it worse for Kelsey. Him shooting her instead of hitting her with a taser gun or pepper spray, whatever he would have chose to do, or tackle her or restrain her by any means, that officer is ultimately, he is the reason for this, because there is no evidence. There is no evidence that Kelsey Fitzsimmons attempted to shoot him. There is evidence that he shot at her twice, but there is none that she tried to shoot at him. There is only her word and only his word, and that is not enough. And if he says it jammed, she says it jammed, whatever. But I just think that this guy overreacted to this situation. And my evidence to that, I feel, is the fact that he fired 2 shots. Now, why he fired 2 shots, whatever that was, whether it was timing, whatever it was, tells me that his shots were reactionary in a sense that were hurried. Because if he's hurried, he's just rushing because he thinks that something's happening. Oh, she's going to shoot me, I better shoot. Now, I think he can make an argument that he believes she was going to, but just because he believes she was going to does not mean that that was her intent. If she had intended to attempt to put the firearm to herself, as she stated, then when she tried to go ahead and fix the jam, he had opened fire. So it's a situation where there's too much reasonable doubt, and it favors Kelsey. But this
that's what it boils down to, legally speaking.
Right.
Like it's all reasonable doubt. So
and Mazza, remember, the only person who says that they said Kelsey dropped the gun is Noonan. Nobody else in that house. There were a lot of people in that house. Everybody else heard Kelsey don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey,
which is more indicative of the barrel being pointed at her own.
No, drop the gun. Drop the gun. Drop the gun.
Drop the effing gun. You're gonna not be. You're not gonna be polite about it.
I'm going to be much more earthy in my verbalization if it's pointed at me.
Right.
And quite frankly, he didn't have to say anything. If that's the case, if the gun was pointed at him, it's him or her, and that's how they're
been justified.
Right.
Y'all are rude. I not me. I would have been really, really sweet and kind. And monotone.
Pardon me, sir, or pardon me, ma'am. If you could be so kind as to direct your firearm elsewhere, I'd be greatly appreciated.
And then he lied.
We're almost
to have
at 90K.
to say that he was in fear for Kelsey, and that's why she needed to be in custody on the, the monitor, all that stuff. Give me a break.
Yeah.
What bothers me in full recap of everything that's happened is just how everything has been unfavorable to Kelsey, from the fact that the RO was, put in place, that it didn't, that was enough for them to get the child away from her. So the RO goes their way, getting the child. I mean, everybody collectively, it's against her. The RO goes against her. The child custody goes against her. The removal of the child goes against her. She's shot and physically harmed and nearly killed. She's hospitalized. She's arrested. She goes to jail. She goes back to jail. And so far, positive things are starting to happen now in her favor. The judge being removed, video evidence coming out. What's the other one I'm thinking of that happened recently? But, there's things that are coming her way now that are starting to get favorable. And that's the problem. Nurse Kim talked about it when she was on Lauren Katie's show, was that it's like the Super Bowl with the Patriots and Falcons. You're down 28-3. When you're in her situation or Karen's situation, it's almost like the deck is stacked against you, and you have to overcome the deficit to get back and take over and get the truth out there. It's a fight from behind. And that's exactly what Kelsey's in right now. But I really feel, look at the show right now. People have raised over $6,000 tonight. This is absolutely incredible. And we're less than $100 away from $7,000 right now.
Come on, guys, we got this.
This is momentum.
So
this
close.
is momentum. And you know what? Her father having that footage of him breaking into that door on camera, it is the absolute moment. This has topped the Kathleen McCarthy sending her back to jail in terms of motivating Kelsey supporters. That video has motivated Kelsey supporters even more to donate tonight, tune into this show, to participate in all of this. And that footage was caught on tape, like the Glare said earlier, just the day before. And this footage going out there, the visuals, perception is reality. Perception is always reality. And when there's something on video that is saying this individual did not have the right to be there, here is video footage of them breaking into a house that they did not claim, because they claim they live in another town. It was signed a couple days earlier. Just Machado posted it on our Twitter. It shows you that, the deed, it shows you that this visual is a bad visual for them, and it's a great visual for Kelsey. Because I'm telling you right now, if every dollar raised tonight is because of that video, then that video has raised nearly $7,000 in additional funds for Kelsey. Kelsey's dad, just simply by hooking up a camera, just simply by the internet existing and all of us knowing about this and all collaborating together to do this as viewers, panel members, hosts, whatever, that video single-handedly has a value of over almost $7,000 as of right now. In terms of
man, that video. Yeah. That video is the Mark Furman tapes, bro.
Yeah,
right. That's totally the Mark Furman tapes, bro.
And there's even a Furman in this case.
Yeah, there is. Turns out.
That's wild.
You can't make it up.
And possibly a tape. Possibly a tape. Oh, man. So going beyond, the Noonan being on and off active duty thing, what really shocked me this week regarding him is that despite him being on leave officially, so he received a written reprimand for the going AWOL thing, but he's still being allowed to work paid detail.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
while on leave, which is not.
Isn't that a liability thing?
Yeah.
Like,
it's
against their
liability.
Why would they do that?
Why?
If he's on leave and then he shoots somebody and it's not justified, like who is held accountable? Like,
body cam, so no one.
Wow.
It's sick.
But
yeah, like that. If I'm the Andover Police Department, I'm like, dude, what are you doing, dude? You're out there working. You're not. No.
Exactly.
You're gonna get us in trouble.
Well, and they knew about it, and I mean they're clearly allowing it. So by finding this out, we know that something is extremely stinky in the North Andover PD. And let me say this too. No police department should feel that they are better protected without body cameras than they are with body cameras.
Right.
If you feel as, you know, a law enforcement office that you are going to be protected better without cameras than you'll be protected with them, then something needs to be reevaluated with your ethics and your leadership. For sure. Body cams are what allow you to protect yourself from false allegations in a way that is quick and simple. None of us would be here if there were body cameras worn on June 30th, 2025. We wouldn't be in a position where, you know, we're having to raise as much money as possible. Kelsey Fitzsimmons may not have served a day in jail, or she might have, you know. Either way, having a body cam to just briefly be able to go back and evaluate the facts of a case like this, because now we're in a he said, she said, where, you know, also both are cops, both people are police. It's not like you have someone who has, you know, a glowing reputation and one who, you know, is a meth head and has no credibility either. I mean, you've got two, you know,
you have to look at them equally.
Exactly.
With
the
reasonable doubt, where does that come out?
Exactly. So, you know,
I don't know how you can look at that if a jury's hearing this case, and they will hear this case, and even without all the other things, if all you have is Noonan says one thing, how can you get beyond a reasonable doubt with that? How can you how can you get there? How can you get there?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
it reminds me of the scandal with the Mass State Police, wherein they, you know, had these trackers put in their cruisers.
Yeah.
And they were either turning them off or removing them or something like that, just whenever they felt like it.
Yeah.
And so, you know, with the body camera thing, it's going to have the same effect with public trust. You know, I don't understand why, you know, why they're so opposed.
It protects good cops. It protects good cops.
Yeah. Yes. But only protects good cops.
That's what we want, right? Aren't those the ones we want?
But it holds the bad cops accountable and keeps the bad cops in line as a result. So that's, you know, they should, I mean, as public servants and as taxpayers, if we're as the taxpayers, we have a right to know what our public servants are up to and where our tax money is going to and how it's being spent.
And we have the right to feel safe.
Right.
Yes. And I hope that anybody who is newer to the case, or, you know, even if you're just stumbling upon this today, I hope that everybody understands that, you know, I don't want to speak for anybody else on this panel, but I'm very pro law enforcement. I support our police.
Me too.
And I want there to be a better relationship between law enforcement and the public that they are sworn to protect and serve. But we can't move forward until, you know, we clear some of these things up. I mean, the more that you have these scenarios in which police are, you know, hiding things like this or gaslighting the public, you know, it's just, it makes it very difficult for the public to feel that they can trust law enforcement, not, you know, either those particular officials or in general. we will be able to have a much better relationship with law enforcement if we can get a little more transparency. And that's what I want.
These people should know better. They lived through the Karen Reed thing in person up
Oh.
there. Like, the fact that they are comfortable refusing to prosecute him and cover this whole thing up, sweep it under the rug, choosing to turn a blind eye, which is exactly what they're doing, says a lot. And if you think this is the first time, I have a bridge to sell you somewhere with no water, because that just isn't how it works. It just isn't.
Yeah.
We have a problem in Massachusetts, in case you haven't already noticed.
Yeah.
I know, unfortunately.
Well, the perception sometimes of people like ourselves, and this was something that was perpetrated by the blue shirts in the summer of 2025, primarily in Dedham, was that we're anti-police, and that's not the case. If the facts of the matter are this, we believe Karen Reed didn't kill John O'Keefe. We believe someone else or maybe more killed John O'Keefe, most of us. And that means that we support John O'Keefe getting justice. John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer. Someone said, you guys are anti-cops. Well, I have news for you. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a cop too. These are two stories that are cops against cops. And that's the bottom line. There's no way around it. John O'Keefe was a cop. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a cop. We don't believe Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. We believe somebody else did, or a party of people may have, perhaps. We'll see. But it's one or more people. But, with Kelsey Fitzsimmons, it's cops against cops. This is not about being anti-cop. This is about feeling that people like Karen Reed, people like Kelsey Fitzsimmons are being railroaded. They're being treated unfairly. Karen Reed was significantly overcharged. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is not only, lesser charges, but, has been sent to jail, not seen her baby, has gone to jail, has not seen her baby, has been shot.
Unjustly gone to jail. Unjustly gone to jail and did way more time, way more than what she would have gotten if she would have been convicted for the charges that she was charged.
Yes.
Which is, she's already, I mean, this is beyond time served already.
Yeah.
So what are we doing here?
Exactly.
What is happening?
It's just a waste of tax dollars, in my opinion.
Yeah. And it's a blatant and gross violation of Kelsey Fitzsimmons' civil rights.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to have one hell of a civil suit.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And I'm tired of seeing people like this that are over-punished, overcharged, what have you, having to basically, they stack the deck against them right off the bat and say, okay, give it your best shot to try to prove your innocence. That shouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
There should be more of a diplomatic way. And it goes back to the RO too. That was my issue with the RO. Why does one of the parents have a right to go get an RO and then take away the child from the other without that other parent having someone said, oh, they do have a hearing eventually, but it should be done up front. In other words, it should be, okay, if you want to have an RO against another parent, fine, but there needs to be more laws in place to regulate exactly how that procedure is. And I propose that, because I don't know the full law, Lori's here, she can correct me or adjust me as needed, that there should be a preliminary shared, joint custody up until a hearing takes place to establish what they're going to do. As opposed
at least some investigation, I mean, it's tough, right? Because if you're a family court judge and someone's coming before you with serious allegations of potential harm to a child, you have to make kind of a split-second decision. But what I think is one of the things that I think could be put in place is that we have DCF right in the courthouses to deal with those kind of situations. If a judge, you do have to rely on the judge's knowledge and experience, and they, it's a subjective thing too. But if someone comes before you and says, this is a scary situation for this child, but we could put things in place to prevent what happened to Kelsey from happening. The one thing that I did find very strange in this case, though, as I started looking into it, because the restraining order is not something you can really access online. It's not really on mass courts and the affidavit. And I know there were copies of it floating around out there. I think Justice Served had it, and I did try to find it, but I couldn't find it. Was her return date? So the restraining order issued on June 30th, the day that she was shot. As you know, Justin called and told her or texted her, meet me at the park. I don't really know what all that was about. I'm almost thinking it maybe was a way to get her really pissed off to start sending some nasty text to him, because like, you know, wouldn't you be like, you know, WTF, Justin, you told me to meet you over here, and like, you know, and he doesn't show up, and then she goes home. But the return date, so it wasn't the current probate court judge that issued that, it was Judge Ulrich. The return date on the RO, I didn't realize until like recently, looking back at some other filings, wasn't until July 14th. Now that to me is absurd. So he got the RO, pretend none of this bad stuff happened to Kelsey except for having her child taken away. But I mean, pretend she wasn't shot and it was just a normal service of an RO. The child was removed. The return date on the restraining order was over 2 weeks away. So for 2 weeks, you're going to take away her 4-month-old baby without even letting, you know, that doesn't happen. I don't understand that, because that doesn't usually happen. That doesn't happen on my cases. You know, sometimes I'd like to get a little extra time, but it's like, no, we're going to have a hearing usually within 10 days. That's kind of a stretch. And, you know, you can go in and do an emergency motion to try to move things up with it. But I thought that was a little crazy, but you know, that's what happened. But I do think that, you know, just a simple thing of having DCF in the courthouse. Like, you know, what's funny? We don't anymore, but prior to COVID, we used to have DOR, Department of Revenue, would be in the family court courthouse for the collection of the monies. Okay. For the collection of the monies, we had the DOR there because a lot of our child support orders can go through the Department of Revenue. Department of Revenue does the collections on the child support orders. So
yeah, the people who take the money out of your check.
Right. And it goes
Right.
like the way we do it here is if your money's coming out of your paycheck and it's an implemented income assignment, it goes to the Department of Revenue, who sets up a child support account. So then if you're not paying, you're getting interest and penalties and all that kind of good stuff. You're getting your license taken away. You're getting all those nice attachments. And the DOR does all that, our Department of Revenue. So we used to have, and the only reason we don't now is because, you know, as with many things, COVID came and they used to be there and now they're not anymore. But they would be stationed in the courthouse. Sometimes 2 or 3 of them, DOR agents would be in the courthouse and you would go down and meet with them. Why isn't there a DCF person? Why isn't there at least one DCF person
Right.
in every family court? Why? So collecting the money is important, but things related to
But the
child
safety
custody,
and well-being of the child is not.
yeah, I
Right.
mean, I'm willing to spend some of my tax dollars on that. I mean, you know, it goes to a lot of stupid stuff. I don't know, just for protections for people. That if there was a DCF worker in this case that went to the house. See, in my cases, if I'm asking for a restraining order, it's unusual that you're actually taking a child away from a mom, like an infant like
Yeah.
that. But I would request DCF to accompany law enforcement in serving the restraining order. And the judge would
They
allow it.
should have been there for sure.
Yeah.
They're crazy. It's that,
For
but
sure.
I think that is one thing they could implement in the 209A, our restraining order statute, that would be, you know, a positive, helpful thing to come out of this, because it is a little crazy.
It's a
But,
question here. Is it?
My question, why would they think she was having issues with alcohol when she was clearly breastfeeding? Okay, so to get into that, Becca, Kelsey had
If she
some-
doesn't care about the well-being of the child, then she wouldn't care about that. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. But they think that because Justin told them. That's right.
Exactly.
Right.
that, and there were some previous but expunged, operative word being expunged, matters that she had gone through when she was 21 years old. Okay, so this is dating back years and years, nowhere near the same time frame.
2018.
Right. So, and you know, who the heck hasn't, you know, didn't overdo it a couple times when they were 21 years old. So there were a couple of things that she, you know, I don't remember the details, but they had been expunged from her record. When something is expunged from your record. That means that future courts cannot use that in making determinations on things such as sentencing, you know, bail, that kind of stuff. So I was pretty shocked to see Judge McCarthy Nyman using that in making her bail determinations. And then you also have the allegations from the previous week with her bachelorette party, which, again, I would expect anybody to overdo it a little bit at their bachelorette party. It sounds like Kelsey is a human, you know.
Sounds like it was a fun bachelorette party.
Right.
Well, and if you know, come on, like he wasn't drunk. Get out of here. Like,
And why was he at her bachelorette party?
It was like
They
a
were
joint
having like a joint bachelor and bachelorette party.
That seems completely counterproductive and pointless.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Will's old school.
Well, I mean, is that progressive? How? Explain that to me.
I don't know. Well, I you know, after years of going to people's babies and bridal showers, I like it that they make the men have to go now too.
That's different. I mean, a baby shower is one thing, but like a bachelorette party where it's supposed to be it's supposed to signify your last day as a single person.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the whole point. It's like, oh, like, I mean, it seems disturbing. Like if I brought my girlfriend or fiance to my bachelor party, like my boys would be like, oh, this you can't go through with this, dude. It's like, this is bad. Like, what's she doing here? Like, you're not asking yourself like that this is weird. Like, no, we need to intervene right now. You're not doing this, you know?
Yeah.
That's disturbing.
Skyview for 2 says, thank God she didn't marry him. Yes. I mean, talk about dodging a bullet, y'all, right? I mean, to some extent, Kelsey is going to have to associate with Justin for the rest of her life because of baby Caden. But, I mean, yeah, thank goodness they're not married. Had they been married, then everything that Justin did on July 3rd would not be looked at in the light that it is now. In fact, some of the things that he did would not have been criminal.
Yeah, you're right. I'm glad you mentioned that because there was a lot of like that kind of stuff on X. Oh, you know, it was marital property or common law marriage, and it was his property too. And the truth is, well, one, they weren't married at all. Massachusetts doesn't recognize common law marriage. Okay, so we're not even looking at that. And even if they were married, which they weren't, we're not a community property state. We're a equitable, what we call equitable. I'm going to use the air quotes, Mazza, equitable division state. And so it's basically what's fair. And I'm telling you right now, in something like a short-term marriage, somebody brings a house into the marriage, that's going to her. Guess what? Guess what's not going to get divided? You know, they're not going to be changing the life insurance to him at that point. These kind of things that he stole, they're not gonna give him her passport. I mean, huh? Like, so these people that are like, oh, it wasn't a crime because, you know, it was marital property. It's like, no, sorry. You know, that just doesn't hold water at all. And he stated in several different documents, his lawyer stated several different documents that he was not living there. There was a whole probate and family court hearing about where he was living. The whole hearing, when they were talking about the venue and who should have venue, whether it was going to be, what was it, Suffolk County, or, because I'm not sure which county Stow's in, but, or Essex County. And so Justin himself was testifying and saying a lot of word salad that basically came out to be, I live in Stow.
Yep.
You know, his attorney said as of June 27th, he was living in Stow with his parents. So he just lied and said that he lived there. You know, just was doing like a CYA by saying, you know, will someone come and accompany me here because I don't want their vengeance.
Right.
And then they said, no, if you know, I live here. I just want to get some things out of my house. Well, if you live there, we can't stop you. And, Bustin' Justin took matters into his own hands and let himself in.
I'd like to announce we are at $90,013.
Oh my gosh.
Incredible.
Thank you to everyone who has supported Kelsey, donated to her cause, shared.
That's crazy. Good job. Good job,
What an
Mazza.
accomplishment. And this is why working together works.
And
It takes a
Kelsey
village.
is so appreciative. I
Yes,
mean,
she
I
is.
can't tell you guys. I communicate with, her mom, Lauren, and her stepdad, Will, and they are just so overwhelmed by all the support. They can't even believe it. They just every time they watch the show. They all watch it together. They read the comments. They are just it's so helpful to know you have this big of a support system behind you, and it means so much to the whole family, really. So thank you. Thank everybody out there that donated tonight, that shared. It's really appreciated.
Absolutely. With that said, we were originally scheduled to go to 7, but I'm feeling motivated to go a bit longer. However, I just want to see if there's any of you that want to still cut off at 7 because you got to get going, you got to make dinner or whatnot, and then invite anybody else that wants to stay on with me maybe for another 30 minutes. You just let me know if you want to stay or if you have to go. No worries.
I could go a little longer.
I can go about 15 more minutes.
Yep, me too, Lauren.
Perfect. All right. So we'll think in 15 minutes after 7 or 15 minutes from now to get real technical.
Surprise me.
Yeah,
Either
right.
way is good.
Exactly.
I mean, I was just planning on staying until I felt like effing off, but I could do 15 minutes or 13 or 14, whatever.
Exactly. We're closing in on 7,800. We're at 7,738 raised tonight. 7,000.
We can get to 8,000. Let's get it to 8,000.
I think we can.
I think we can too.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
And every little bit adds up. That's the thing. Every
thing.
dollar adds up.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. This is fun.
Totally
Incredible. We ran a poll. Did the break-in video motivate you to donate today? Over 300 voters have spoken, and it's holding at 83%. So over 83% of over 300, 83% of over 300 voters said the break-in video motivated them to donate today. And
good job, Justin.
Yeah.
Yep. Way to go, man.
Yeah.
Little
That video now has a value. That video now has a value of almost $8,000 in donations. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's unbelievable. It's just.
I love that for him.
I do too.
Right.
Talk about backfiring.
Mhm.
And this is why his folks had to. Didn't they hire a
PR.
like a PR expert for the
Oh
family?
my God. In my experience covering cases like this, whoever hires the PR people are the ones you got to watch out for. Yeah. Always the bad guy.
Yeah.
The ones that are like, how do we control this narrative? That's
Right.
all I need to know.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Absolutely. This is again, I just think that tonight is just it's so one of the things I've wanted is for this case is I've always felt like this case deserves the same level of intensity and passionate excitement and enthusiasm. I don't mean excitement as in happiness. I mean excitement as in we're excited to support Kelsey and help her to the highest of our ability. And we've seen that. And I think this week was a massive week in terms of, I just think a lot of great things have happened for Kelsey in recent times here. Again, the judge, Kathleen McCarthy, we got Carp now. Martha Coakley and Bradel said after court they felt really positive about all of this. They believe it's going in the right direction. And I'm just hoping this judge will pan out as the steady force in terms of running his courtroom as I hope he's going to be. Lori, I polled my show yesterday on a 1 to 10 basis. The thoughts, you voted a 9.
I did.
To me, that matters more than my opinion, in my opinion, because I just think that you're someone that's been that's dealt with matters either similar to or equal to this in the past. I'm sure or
Yeah.
maybe not. I don't know, but
Well,
you,
I mean, I
you've
think
seen the judge,
part of
yeah.
it for me, for why it was a 9, and I understand the criticisms when people are saying,
Yeah.
oh, he didn't seem to know what was going on or whatever. Well, first of all, he's a judge, and he wasn't specifically assigned the case, but I think he will be. Okay, I think that was, remember, he left the bench and then he came back, and I think, and that's when he came back, I think perhaps, and this is all speculation, by the way, but I think that he made a phone call. Because he was, it probably wasn't told to him by the Chief Justice that this was coming your way and you're going to be stuck with it. So he was like, am I going to be taking this case and whatever? Because when he came back, he decided that he would modify the terms of the bail, even though he was saying originally that's got to go back to the person that did the bail originally. And he didn't get involved in all of the modifications. But a lot of that was because Bradel had just asked for those modifications like that day or the day before. And the other side does have the right to look at that and respond to that as well. It wasn't really that nefarious that the judge wouldn't look at it. And he did make that one exception so that Kelsey can get ready for trial. But, make no mistake, this guy, he was a former prosecutor of, he was at the DA's office. He was a criminal defense lawyer. It's not going to take him. And I'm not saying this, I don't mean this as a brag at all. Someone comes into my office on a family court matter or whatever, they hire me, money speaks, right? As soon as a retainer comes in, I can get up to speed on your case. Okay. It's not going to take me that long. I can review the things. I can see the things. I can look at them very quickly and see the important things and know what I need to know pretty quickly. This judge is trained to be doing that. He will be able to get up to speed on it very, very well. I really like the fact that he is not inclined to be moving that March 23rd date. It seemed to me like he really wants to get it done on that date. He was talking about getting the witness list so that he could eliminate any conflicts that there might be. And everything in his mind was like to make sure we're going to be ready and in a place to go on March 23rd. I saw no bias. I saw no attitude. That's what we want, right? We don't, we just want it to be fair. If it's fair, Kelsey's gonna win. I mean, if it's fair, Kelsey's gonna win. Let's be honest. I mean, there's no. How can you get to beyond a reasonable doubt with that? So that I thought he did a good job. I really didn't get the criticisms. I mean, he's looking at it now. These judges don't have a lot of time in the day, but he will be. It will not be long for him to get up to speed. And remember, as a judge, he's not there. He's not the finder of the fact. He's not going to be making the verdict. He's going to be making the rulings on the evidence. And I think it's almost good that he doesn't know so much of the background story. He should be hearing it from the witnesses. What I do like is that I think that he would be very fair if Kelsey were found guilty, which I find to be extremely unlikely. He will be doing the sentencing, and he seemed like he was a very fair person. Like, can you imagine if it was Kathleen McCarthy-Naiman doing the sentencing?
Oh,
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I mean, just like Karen Reed's case, like we knew that once a jury heard all the facts of the case, there was no way they were going to unanimously convict her. We knew that, 2 years ago before the first trial even started. And it's the same with this case. I mean, at the end of the day, it boils down to reasonable doubt, and it's a he said, she said thing. And Bradel is an excellent attorney, and I'm sure that he is and his team have a great defense, and what I really hope, I mean, that's where I'm at is like, I have no doubt in my mind that Kelsey is going to walk out of that courtroom a free woman. I have no doubt in my mind about that. My concern is whether or not Justin's going to get charged and whether or not she's going to get to see her child soon. That's where, I mean, the main concern here, the main public concern, in my opinion, should be the system being weaponized to take a woman's child from her.
Yeah.
Right.
That is what the main public concern, in my opinion, should be here.
That's scary. That's why that's why a lot of these people are in the chat. That's scary. So many people can relate to that, and and that's why it's not okay, And I think that's why so many people are getting behind this, because it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. The system shouldn't be weaponized against a mom like that. Definitely
Right.
not.
Crazy.
It was
Or a dad, you know,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I mean,
anybody.
Yeah.
Or a
in this
baby.
case, right? The
Yeah.
baby, above everything else, this is a child who needs her mother or needs his mother. You know,
Mhm.
it just is that way. There's no way around that, and you know, to some degree, there's absolutely no reason why there shouldn't be some sort of supervised visitation implemented here at the very least. You know, especially during this nursing period. I mean, there's so much that is infuriating about this case.
Right. And not
I
only
mean-
was Kelsey not allowed supervised visitation from the jump, but Judge McCarthy also added a second layer of her not being able to see the baby. So let's say hypothetically, with the pending family court matter and the pending criminal matter, if the family court had at some point allowed for supervised or otherwise visitation, McCarthy Nyman had independently given another order for her not to see the baby as part of her bail obligations, which means
Makes no sense. Makes no sense because that had nothing to do with the criminal act that she was charged with.
The baby had no part,
nothing to do with
criminal matter.
I want to know if Justin knew that she was pregnant.
Yeah,
I'm interested in that too.
Yeah, I'm interested as well. Have we even gotten? I mean, I've definitely been hearing that. I've been hearing that for months, but have we confirmed that she was?
I don't have any.
Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing of that was I think last night on Turtle
on
Boy
show.
Yeah,
I don't know that the families confirmed that.
Aiden didn't know it either.
Yeah, it's tragic either way. Absolutely tragic either way. I don't know for sure whether that was.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, either way, just so sad. And but anyway, so if the court had allowed in the probate case for Kelsey to begin visitation with Aiden, then Kelsey would have been in violation of the conditions of her bail.
And we know what happens when she potentially might violate her bail.
Oh God. Yeah, tell me about it.
Okay, so people are saying that that she was pregnant originally came from Jess Machado. So I don't know.
I mean,
she might have a source. I don't know.
Okay. I will dig, and if I find anything concrete,
I mean, if Kelsey wants to confirm or deny that, she will. I don't think
that's
right. Yeah.
It's her business.
Right.
It's really her business. But you know, if it is concrete, I need to know, because if that is true, then I mean, you have that much more loss. You have that much more to pack into whatever civil suit she may be filing in the future when all this is behind her. So you know, I would.
Well, it'll come out in a couple weeks at trial if it is. So we'll
right.
have our answers.
Right.
Then.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy.
I for everybody watching the trial, the trial readiness date, I think is the last trial readiness date. I think is March 12th. Is that right, Mazza?
Yeah, the next trial readiness hearing is March 12th.
March 12th in Lawrence.
Yep. In Lawrence.
And the March 23rd is the first trial date that's scheduled. And the courtroom, I wasn't there, but my understanding is the courtroom was very small.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, well, you know, we're not going to be able to get in the courtroom. But remember, most of the people didn't get in the courtroom for Karen Reed either. So it makes a big difference if you're in that area, or if you can get there, even if you can't get in, if you can make a sign and you can show support for Kelsey, do that. You'll be able to be watching it on the YouTubes while it's going on outside. But just because you can't get in, don't let that discourage you from showing up for Kelsey. If you can get there, I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get there. It is almost a 2-hour drive for me too, but I definitely, once I know the date is set and they're going, I want to make it to at least one of the days.
Yes,
I do have a bar card, so I can get in, but
I would like to come and show some support myself at least 1 or 2 days.
yeah.
Remember the morale booster too that it was for Karen, having
Absolutely.
everyone out there. So when Kelsey walks in there, it would be fantastic to have people out there with purple
Definitely.
and signs and really showing that support for her. So it really doesn't matter. We can all be there for her wherever there's room, so we can all come together and do that and lift her spirits and her families and Mr. Bradel. So
Yes, 100%. Bradel, what I love about him is his genuineness when representing anybody. I mean, he's just got this fire in the way that he writes. I mean, you can just feel the ring. And when he's in the courtroom, he is someone who I would not want to go up against if I were a member of the Massachusetts bar. That's for sure. He means what he says.
He
has jury
of
appeal.
patience, man. He is dealing with the people, the characters, the bad actors in Turtle Boy's case. I mean, I've never. I mean, it's a circus. Like, you look at all of the aspects. You look at the Gatoony aspect. You look at the crusty aspect. You look at all of these things going on in Aiden's case, and Bradel has to argue this stuff to a judge, and be taken seriously because it sounds insane. You know what I mean? So and I'll tell you, he is, I've had the pleasure of having just personal conversations with Tim Bradel, and he is as passionate out of the courtroom about these things as he is inside the courtroom. That is 100%. I would vouch for that 100%. I bet my eyes on it. He's that great. I have all the faith in the world for Kelsey because she has Tim Bradel.
He has fought very hard every step of the way. Every single moment of this case has been a battle, and he's been there doing the things that he's supposed to do. And as an attorney, I know that's not easy. And there's plenty that wouldn't have gone to the extents that he has gone to. And again, that's why these fundraisers are so important. That Kelsey would have already been completely broken. She would have needed to have just a public defender. No offense to the public defenders, but public defender who doesn't have time to put into her case, but not for these donations that she's received that have helped her be able to keep an attorney at the level of Tim Bradel, his paralegal Courtney, Martha Coakley, and her family law attorney Julie Hess. Anybody that's ever paid legal fees knows how fast it's used up, and this guy has, gone above and beyond. So it's really appreciated. That's awesome, Mazza. My God.
Tonight's fundraiser alone is responsible for 1/4 of all the fundraisers donations that have come through this program. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
1/4.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What's the total of her GiveSendGo?
91,000.
Yeah, almost
almost.
90,000.
Wow, Mazza.
I bet you we can get. It's only 115 away, according to B Crumbs.
Even closer now. It's
So
$65 away now.
Oh, we got this.
Yeah, it's at 90,935. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
man.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Who wants to throw in a few bucks? Come on, guys. We got this.
Yes, I know. You know what? They're gonna hold out because they want us to just keep talking.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I'll tell you, man, this community I man, consistently has been so passionate for justice. I mean, I was welcomed into this community 2 years ago, and there's not a moment that I feel that I could ever take for granted, because you know I've I've hosted these fundraisers, I've been a part of these fundraisers, and everyone they never cease to just shock me as to how amazing they are, and how passionate they are. This is easily being part of this community is easily the most rewarding, spiritually rewarding experience of my life. Easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I mean-
GiveSendGo. Oh, sorry, briefly. The GiveSendGo, for anyone, there were some questions about it. The GiveSendGo is pinned at the top of the chat. It is in the description as well. And I just placed it again in the chat for anybody else that needs it, because Woznan Gran, now Gran, has been asking. So that's right there for you, pinned to the top of the chat or in the description. I just placed the link. I'm going to dump it in there one more time, too, just so you have it. Just want to make sure Kelsey gets all the fun she can get. Thank you so much. Britt, back to you. Thank you.
oh, I was just going to kind of dovetail what both Will and Lauren had pointed out, which is, when we are present, in or out of the courtroom, if we're there and showing our support, not only is it, such a rewarding experience in its own self of, being part of something bigger than yourself, and feeling like a part of a community and doing something for, the greater good. But one thing that I witnessed firsthand the last time I was in Massachusetts, it was during Karen's second trial, and it was so cold. Even though it was April, it was like, it was raining. It was like in the high 30s, early 40s that morning. It was such a gloomy day. And I will never forget seeing Karen's SUV begin to, approach the courthouse, and they slowed down to roll down the window and, give a quick hello to everybody who was outside showing support for Karen. And that sea of pink, I'm telling you right now, in some form or fashion, had to have meant more to her than every dollar that was donated to her defense fund. I saw, there are plenty of pictures and videos in which she definitely, you could see that she was drained. I mean, the woman had been fighting every day for years for her life. But that morning, seeing in person that drained look on her face, and then seeing it turn into a smile when she got to approach everybody for that brief moment that morning, it brought me to tears, because if you think about it, the process alone is of defending yourself legally is something that takes, it takes your resources, it takes your time, it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of money. And there are plenty of people who roll over because they run out of, of something. If nothing else, they run out of spirit. And being able to see that little bit of spirit get revived in Karen in real time and in person was something that I will never forget, and was so proud to be part of, because I'm telling you, that little bit of spirit is something that prosecutors weaponize as well. they will push and push and push, and your name will be dragged through the mud in the media. You are losing money, you are losing sleep, the people in your life are turning their back on you, either because they believe what they're seeing or they cannot afford to be associated with you because of what you're going through. And prosecutors understand that, and they will use that, and they will drag that out. You saw it several times when, if you remember, when Dr. Marie Russell was in the air, flying from California on Karen's dime to Massachusetts, and Judge Canone canceled the evidentiary hearing that she was on her way up there for. That was hotel, food, flight, and man-hour money that just went down the drain for absolutely no reason. You saw the multiple days of voir dire that were probably unnecessary for the ARCA witnesses. All these things prosecutors know are making it more likely for a defendant to just go ahead and wave the white flag and plea out. So please be present for Kelsey. If you are able to, show support in whatever way you can, whether it's $5 in the defense fund or it's being boots on the ground for her, that is going to help prevent her from waving that white flag of surrender.
And the Facebook group too, if people go and join that, we're at 9.8 thousand members over on the Facebook group. I think we should be able to get to 10,000 on that. So if anybody's in the chat that isn't already in the Justice for Kelsey Fitzsimmons Facebook group, make sure after we're done yapping, you go over and do that too.
Yes.
And, oh geez, I mean, come on, we're going to keep 7.
What do you say, Mazza?
We're going to 10K.
Let's do it, baby.
I'm going to 10K.
Oh, wait, we gotta.
I'm talking about.
And don't forget to add in the funds from yesterday, just from your stream that brought in too. I mean,
I didn't keep track. I should have done it. I should have done it.
Incredible.
I didn't count it as a formal one, but I think there was like $500 in donations that had come in during that show yesterday. B Crumbs is in the chat, has been going. He's keeping track of it rather, but this has been the past couple of minutes. The donations have been pouring in like crazy, even more. It's been another surge. Post 7 o'clock surge coming in right now, which is unbelievable. This is awesome. This is the importance of doing this stuff. I mean, Will, you and I, we've done multiple fundraisers. Britt, Lauren, Lori, I'm not sure if you've done it before, but you've been on a few of mine. Thank you. And we've had so much success for Karen, Aiden, whomever, by just raising it. Blair is going to be doing one. Well, you got one coming up for Crystal. Crystal tragically passed away.
I'm glad that I didn't plan it for today because she's actually, they're having a vigil for her, it seems like right now. And there's other factors involving that I want to plan that a little bit better. There's no rush to do that. Her family's going to need help. So, soon it'll happen soon. I'm just saying that I'm gonna plan it. I'm get some of the boots on the ground people a chance to get their bearings and then get them on to share their thoughts for her as well. And there will be more Turtle Boy fundraisers, and yes, there will be a Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraiser coming from my channel at some point soon as well.
Excellent.
That's awesome. Thanks, Will.
Yeah,
this is what it's all about. I mean, these are campaigns, and people are campaigning against Kelsey, against Aiden, against Karen. It's been, the forces that be doing everything they can, and the best way to give, someone like Kelsey an opportunity, their best opportunity to push back is to financially support her. And so many people believe in that. People have donated a collective amount of $9,310 so far, and 83% of those people have said that, it's now up to 84%, have said that the break-in video motivated them to donate. And that's now over 390 voters at least, so probably more than 400. Actually, it's updating live as I go back to YouTube here. It's 83%. It's just, it tells you a big thing. That video, it's like anything. Video, something being on video, it has that visual. And if there was ever anybody out there that was like, well, I'm not sure if she did it or not. I think she is innocent, but I'm not quite sure. Anybody that's had that kind of thought process, there's probably a lot of people that were like that saw that video and said, okay, well, that pushes the needle now. That was what pushed it over the top for me.
For sure. Like, I feel like what's motivating also is it's not so much because I think I know good people don't want to get involved in something that seems more domestic than it does criminal. There's no doubt she's going to beat these criminal charges. It's just like what's happening in the process of it sucks, and it shouldn't be happening. But we have, at the end of the day, none of us have any doubt that she's going to beat the charges. It's not that. It's like, okay, what's happening to her as far as her baby goes seems criminal, but it also seems like kind of a personal issue between two people that people are kind of, even though they may not even know it, are weary about, touching, you know what I mean? Yeah. But now we have this video footage that shows, okay, I want to support this woman because this guy's clearly a piece of shit. Like, sorry about my language, but yeah, this guy sucks, he's awful. And it's a lot easier now to support her in this overall process, because now it really seems like what's happening to her criminally seems to be somehow connected to what's happening to her personally, in her personal life. And the system is being weaponized to execute something to get at her personally. And
that's exactly right.
And when it, again, with the Karen Reed stuff, even though that's more criminal than anything else, but people want to get involved because if she's taken on the system and she's doing it by herself, we can step up and say, you're not by yourself. We are a people, we are a community, and we don't agree with this happening. And this could happen to anyone, just like it could happen to Karen Reed. This obviously now we can see could happen to anyone. What kind of message is that going to send to shitbag fathers out there who now see this case and go, well, this is all I got to do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he pulls it off, we have to be able to pull together and do what we can to say, no, not in our community, not in our country, not in our justice system. This is not what our justice system was designed for, and we can't let that happen.
Yeah. And he kept saying, just wait, the truth will come out, and boy has it. And if you want to see what someone's like, look at them when no one's looking. And that's exactly what this video is. He didn't know he was being recorded here, and you get exactly the type of person he is and his character. And it speaks for itself.
And regardless of Kelsey's guilt or innocence in that moment on June 30th, her due process rights have been violated. And if the justice system is going to work for anyone, it needs to work for everyone, including guilty people. So, any prosecuting party has to dot their I's and cross their T's, so to speak. And when you have things like Kelsey's bail being revoked with no evidentiary hearing, with no accusation of a violation of her bail, when you have things like what you saw with Karen time after time after time, it makes you look back at every other conviction and be like, okay, well, were all these done right too? Because if this is what they're willing to do when people are watching a case and a criminal matter, what are they doing in the ones that aren't getting as much public attention? So again, regardless of whether Kelsey was pointing that firearm at Officer Noonan or not. There have been significant missteps done by law enforcement and the DA's office that were huge violations of Kelsey's right to due process. So we have to step up and say, no, the justice system needs to work for everybody.
And these are public servants that we can reach out to. The DA's office, they work for the people. Okay. So reach out to them because this is wrong. The fire department, North Andover Fire Department, North Andover Police Department, they have a right to know what the public thinks. And as the public, we have a right to tell them what we think, whether it be through an email, whether it be through a phone call, whether it be through Twitter, which has been going crazy, which is fantastic to see. They deserve to know what the people think. They work for us.
It's a bad visual for those law enforcers, or even we just surpassed 92,000. All right,
way to go, everybody!
Amazing.
Wow,
the generosity, man. It is.
All right, let's stay on until we get to 100. No.
Yeah, exactly. We're at 9,725 raised tonight, so we're about $275 away from hitting 10,000. We're at that's. Oh, I accidentally delete my comment. Nope, there. Okay. So we're at 9,725 raised tonight.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a bad visual for the fire department because people in town are like, hey, you got a firefighter that was all over WBZ Channel 5, NBC 10 this week, and they show him blasting in a door. That's not a good visual to have either. So it raises concerns, it raises questions, and quite honestly, it gives Kelsey and everyone that's a Kelsey supporter the amplification that they were looking for. Because in a situation like this, Kelsey supporters, Kelsey, her attorneys, they're looking for anything that they can get to say, this is why Kelsey's innocent, and they're not going to hold back. As you saw in that motion by Bradel, Bradel went after every little piece of information he could. Courtney Healy, Martha Coakley, I'm sure they're all collaborating on all of that to get this done and get this worked on and put this to rest. And they're a team. And we saw what Jackson, Yannetti, Little, other attorneys as well that were able to do out there. Bob Alessi, and some of the people that had working with them as well on that team did what they could to put this together, get the work done, assemble information, assemble data. And like I said, I mean, the father having the sense of mind to change the locks. I mean, that changing the locks was, if he didn't change the locks, but put the security camera in, he just would have went in there with the key. But that visual of him slamming into the door and busting it open when he doesn't live there, that makes a very powerful visual. In terms of what people are perceiving as a public, because perception is reality. And regardless of anybody out there that's for or against either one of them, or for one person or against the other, whatever your ideology is, we're all free Kelsey Fitzsimmons here, obviously, unless there's those of them lurking that are antis. But, for anyone that's a Kelsey Fitzsimmons supporter, you're like, hey, look, that tells a big theory right there, especially when Kelsey is out there, saying the truth will come out. And when Kelsey made that comment, she knew things we didn't know, which was this stuff was happening. She knew right then and there, we did not, that this stuff was out there. Her emails being breached, her bank accounts, for goodness sakes, a trip that she had planned on Expedia was canceled, and the money deposited in a bank account that was not hers. This is outrageous. And this is the kind of stuff that sets people off. Look at the people that have tuned in tonight. Look at the donations that have rolled in tonight. We've already doubled by record. Our record on the show was 4,300.
We hit 10K.
We doubled that.
We hit 10K.
Yeah.
We did it.
Heck yeah.
Let's double check.
Incredible.
All right, we're gonna be over.
Awesome.
All right, so 92.
It makes you wonder though, in terms of the security system. I don't. Maybe it's just me. I do have a good.
We are sorry. I'm sorry to interject. We are $20 shy. We're at 9,980.
I thought I saw somebody post.
Okay.
Maybe they were being optimistic.
It jumped. Yeah. It's okay.
Do you find it odd that she had a camera in her basement, and was she almost expecting something like this to happen? I don't know. I mean,
she's a cop, so you have to think they're.
I'm pretty. I have a pretty good security system too. I'm not going to tell you really, but as far as like a camera in the basement, no.
And if that's true, if she kept her guns down there too, that's
maybe, yeah. Or I almost wonder, when Dad went back, if she was like, she knew that, she knows him
She knew
better
him.
than
Right.
Yeah, I
everyone.
mean, and he's in grandpa mode. He's like, we're putting a camera here. We're putting a camera.
Mhm.
How do you feel about a bathtub? Small camera in the bathtub if you need. Yeah, I just a thought. Like,
When you feel so helpless because like your
10,000.
daughter's lying there on her deathbed, woohoo! And in his mind, because that's what he does for a living, right? What can I do? What can I do right now in this idle time to make sure she's safe? To make sure I'm doing all that I can do. It was probably something that he did to keep himself busy, to make sure that her home was being secured, and because he probably knows what a POS we're dealing with as well.
Right.
But like to think that they even had to go through that when, can you imagine? I mean, Kelsey's the grandchild's taken away. Kelsey's lying in a hospital bed, facing all these surgeries, really hanging by a thread. But like Will had said earlier, I mean, it's got to be some kind of divine intervention. There's got something in his mind said, I'm going over there. I'm setting this shit up. Like seriously, that's how I'm going to spend my day, because that's something that I can do that's productive. And kudos to Mr. Fitzsimmons on that one.
Dad of the
Yes.
year. Yep.
Mhm.
for sure.
For sure. Thank God he did.
And if anybody's looking for a security system,
Yeah.
I'm sure you can look them up.
And
I think the name of
interesting thing-
his company was Alibi.
Yes.
Oh, really? I
Alibi
didn't see it.
Security.
Yeah.
Nice.
The thing that's interesting too is like when you look at everyone, like talking about, to piggyback off the thought Mazza had about the visual that you have, he's right. The visual says a lot. That visual of a bunch of men forcing their way into her house with liberties looks bad. And the main thing that I'm taking out of that is, let's just say that's the scenario. All these different people in these different occasions, these two separate occasions where someone forced their way into her home. The person who benefited from both times was Justin.
Mhm.
I mean, you just look at it that way. This guy is absolutely the villain in this entire situation.
Right.
He's
No
the
kidding.
villain of this story. He is absolutely the antagonist.
Can you imagine like the weekend before they were, still planning on getting married, and then the mother of your child gets shot in the chest and is fighting for her life, and your concern is, I gotta go in the house and get them gift cards? I mean, like I don't like, and that's his concern. And then he takes the computer back and is doing all this shady shit online instead of like just being in complete panic mode because the mother of his child might not make it. Like,
Right. He'd rather
Also,
go
he's a
grab
first
cash.
responder. He's
Right.
a first responder. He ran out of the house.
he ran out of the
If
house.
that
Yeah.
doesn't tell you anything about his character, then I don't know what does. What a
Well,
coward.
the amount of times he said he's afraid of things concerns me. If I was a North Andover resident, in terms of him trying to help me out of my burning house or whatever it was, because he's, and so many times in the probate family court case, just comments like that, him being afraid.
Right.
And then she gets shot and he's yelling at it, oh, run for your lives, like.
You want me to go into that building? It's hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick
With these
quick
legs.
pause. Just a quick pause, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kelsey's stepdad here in the chat.
Okay.
Right there, that comment, that's her stepfather right there. He just says, thank you, Mazza, and everyone else
Hey,
as
Will,
well.
thanks.
Yep.
Oh.
So Will Page, the stepfather
Oh,
of
God.
Kelsey, is in the chat. They are watching. Over $10,000 raised for them so far. And the folks that are on this show were really committed for 3 hours, stayed 37 minutes longer at least. And I thank you guys for that as we continue. He says, Kelsey is so appreciative as well here. So just want to give all of them a shout out to Kelsey's mother as well. Just we're grateful for you guys. It's truly a reflection of the people that are supporting your family, and we're grateful for you. This support is amplifying tonight, and the donations are magnifying. As you know, the previous record on this show was 4,300 in donations. Tonight, there's been over $10,000 in donations, and that's just a magnification of how strongly people are getting behind Kelsey here. The Purple Hearts are coming out. MJ, one of the great moderators here, says, we love your family. Will Page, and a lot of Purple Hearts here as well. And what a great message from the family there to everybody, to everyone here. And a message on behalf of Kelsey showing how appreciative she is. And Kelsey, we're just so happy that we can help you. Alice in Wonderland did the Pop and Popcorn store for Kelsey is here. She says, God bless you and your family. Just amazing, amazing stuff. And I'm just so grateful, for all of us. What we want to do is we want to help people out here as I just scan the comments, help people out, support them as we're getting flooded with Purple Hearts. This is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone knows her favorite color is purple. People are excited. They're ready. This Kelsey Fitzsimmons base is ready. And this is a true campaign. And this has been, this may be the highest fundraiser I've ever done on my show. I don't know how much money I raised for Karen Tops. I don't have to check my books, but this has been just an incredible outpouring for her. And just, again, showing Kelsey the support. Scott McGinnis, who was out there, actually in the picture of this video, for those that don't know, Scott is to the left of Bradle wearing a hoodie with an American flag. Scott has been, Will knows, all of us know Scott very well. Will is always giving shout outs to Scott. Scott's been one of the ultimate boots on the ground people for justice. You'll see him at Turtle Boy hearings, Karen Reed hearings, probably Sandra Birchmore as well as Kelsey. He's always out there. This man is all about justice, boots on the ground, and is one of the greatest magnifications of support for justice and being boots on the ground. Scott, again, thank you. You've driven endless hours across this state to support people, and you're real, like everyone, an MVP. Thank you for the trophy, Darcy, a great supporter of mine. But this has been, this is a great moment for us all. This is our moment. This is, even though it's on the MazzaMedia show, this is we did this all together. It's all of us. Kelly Reed, the cousin of Karen Reed, again with Purple Hearts for Kelsey. Their family knows exactly. Yeah. Their family knows exactly what this is like, what the Fitzsimmons, Kelsey, and her family are going through, and the endurance and the dealing with judges that are not often considered very nice judges, like Beverly Canoni and Kathleen McCarthy name, and they know what it's all about. Glamis Sue's one of our longtime mods here, big supporter of all things justice, with a shout out to you, Mr. Page, as well. And we are an army, as Holly says. We are an army. We're a growing army, and I feel this week has really been what I've been praying for, and Lauren and Britt and Will and Lori have all been praying for, which is the next amplification of enthusiasm, of support, where more people start to donate, share the news, start to step up and say, this is it. Because for myself and others, we felt for a long time this is the next Karen Reed case, and some of our detractors will say, you guys are just trying to support someone for the sake of doing it. No, it's not what it is. We truly believe this woman's been treated unjustly. And when you look at Gubitosi and the way he acted in that courtroom on Friday, deciding that what happened and what was done with the breaking and entering was not a prosecutable charge, and nothing to be bothered from. If that is not the evidence for anybody out there that this is about, it goes bigger than Karen and Kelsey, because it's the powers that be that are allowing this kind of stuff to happen to Karen and Kelsey. ROs that are unjustifiable, taking a child away. Kelsey, physically being almost, what she faced is absolutely horrible and uncalled for. And then on top of it, a prosecutor saying, oh, no, breaking and entering ain't no big thing at all. That's unacceptable. Rami in the chat, again, a longtime justice supporter, says it's maddening, and that's perfectly said. I don't even need to even say any words myself. That's exactly that. This is what this is all about. And we have people here that are in this chat that I've known for a long time, have known me, have known all of you guys for a long, long time. We've seen each other on X. And we always said Karen Reed could be, any other person could be Karen Reed. Karen Reed could be any one of us. And I truly believe Kelsey Fitzsimmons is someone in that same category, where the system has tried to ruin their life. And for Kelsey, there's an additional situation that pertains to her child, which she cannot see right now. A child that she cannot see, a child that she has not seen, coming up on about almost a year, coming up on 8 to 9 months, somewhere in that vicinity, which is 9 months too long, and it's absolutely unacceptable. And the people that are in this chat right now that are tuning into this show, that are throwing up those Purple Hearts, these are the people that have decided to magnify this story, that have decided to say they could be doing anything else right now. They could be watching Netflix or doing anything else. And they've said, we're going to be a participant in this show tonight. We're going to participate. We're going to donate. And if we can't donate, we're going to still share the stream. We're going to do things like that. That's what this is all about. And it's about people that are placed in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' situation not having to face this alone. And Karen Reed can attest that when she walked out of that courtroom not guilty last summer, where there were hundreds, maybe over 1,000 pink shirts in the streets of Dedham supporting and cheering her on, this is exactly what Kelsey deserves too. This woman has been victimized. She has had her life destroyed. And for almost a year, she has tried to rebuild. And presently, she is unable to leave her home without 48 hours notice for specific reasons to leave that house, and which is significantly better than jail. And we feel blessed that she's no longer in jail, but we want more for her. We feel blessed that things are going well, but we want more for her. We want Kelsey to have the absolute highest level of success possible. And that is why we are here. This is why we've done multiple fundraisers. The people on this show have been on multiple fundraisers and are about to do fundraisers themselves. Will the Glare is getting ready for his first fundraiser for Kelsey in due time. Lauren has done multiple fundraisers. Britt and Lori have been on these fundraisers as well. And we are continuing to do what we can. And that's what it's all about, folks, is to continue to keep the pace, continue with the consistency, and continue to raise awareness. And the more awareness that's raised, when the moments happen out there, like what we saw this past week with that video coming out, look what it does. Look how it's rallied people. It's more evidence that shows that Kelsey's innocence, and which is exactly what happened with Karen Reed. The more information that got put out there, the more information, the more video that got revealed, the more and more people began to believe in Karen Reed. I was out there when the verdict came out the first year, and I can tell you I was unable to be there for the second year, which it still pains me to this day to admit because it was sad not to be there. But there were way more people out there this year because these stories tend to magnify, and more people tend to believe in them. And it's so great to see so many people out here that are continuing to say, I supported Karen, supported Aiden, I supported Sandra Birchmore, Just on Room, whomever you supported, and to continue to say, I want to support Kelsey Fitzsimmons today. I want to help her out today. I want Kelsey Fitzsimmons to be able to have her life returned to her life restored to the way it was before that. And we pray for Kelsey every single day. And I feel like prayer is one thing that we should do. But in addition to prayer, we need to have actions. And we are showing that action today. We are presenting that action today. And we are continuing to show why we're all here. We're all here for justice. We're here and we're focused on justice. Today, we are focused on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. We are focused on helping somebody else. We're not in it for any other reason but to help her and place her in the best situation we possibly can. And we're going to pray for her. And I believe she's going to prevail. I believe it will take time, but she's going to prevail. And I just hope that the number one thing Kelsey gets in her life is she gets to see her child once again. And to anybody out there that thinks she is guilty, that anybody thinks that she's whatever level you think she is in terms of not being the good woman we claim we are, I'm going to let you know something right now. You are wrong. You are absolutely wrong. And to all the people that said we were wrong about Karen Reed, we were right. And we're going to be right about Kelsey Fitzsimmons as well. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Good people don't bash indoors. And, it's just, that's all I have to say about that. We're going to continue to fight this fight. We're going to fight for Kelsey. We're going to do it in an orderly, organized fashion. And we're going to continue to help her out to the best of our ability. And we're going to do everything we can. And today, the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Everybody in this chat has been so invested in hitting that $10,000 goal. We were supposed to be done 47 minutes ago, but the people in the chat said, Mazza, you got to keep going for 10K, and we've done that. We'll keep going for a little while, but I had to get my Mazza rant in there, so there we go.
Yeah, man.
Love it. I love a Mazza spicy rant.
Yeah.
Good fathers are not thieves.
Any word on microdots? Richie was supposed to be putting a video together.
He's still working on it.
Yeah.
With this stuff this week, that it is going to be a real amazing video when he finally puts that together.
Trust that whatever time Richie puts into a video is necessary.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
I can't wait to see it. It's going to blow people's minds, I think.
Yeah. It'll be well worth it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for the commentary. But then security footage was released on July 30th. When the ex-fiancé himself smashed into the door of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. That's exactly how it's going to sound. It's going to be funny. It's the way he does his
little
videos.
legs.
Yeah.
And his scrawny legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicken legs, some may say.
Chicken leg, Justin.
But why did Officer Noonan oversleep that day? What was the real reason?
Would it be Flexerol?
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
He
boy.
thinks he'll have it ready for just in time for trial beginning on the 23rd. So it's gonna be
Awesome.
it's always gonna be good. I like the black and white images, but something else was happening. I'm just happy that her father had that security camera hooked up. He changed it, he swapped it, and he caught that on camera. And the thing is, he's probably been scrubbing the thing since he got it back on Friday for more footage. So who knows what's been turned into the defense team.
We haven't seen it all.
They did get that back Friday, by the way. I wanted to. I remember it being promised in court, but sometimes that isn't always followed through. But it was this time, so they got it.
Yeah. How do you have a crime scene and you let anybody kind of, and I mean anybody, like, him and his 3 friends there? How did that even happen? It just makes no sense.
Well, they
So you
didn't
can go
they
in
didn't
and
view
destroy
it as a crime
evidence.
scene. They didn't act like it was a crime scene. That's the thing.
No.
Nancy Guthrie.
They turned it into a crime scene.
Right. I mean, nobody was
started
murdered, so it's like I get that to a certain degree. Like but at the same time, it's just like how. At the end of the day, it just seems like Kelsey's dad anticipated how they were treating this and how they were looking at it. He was just like, I'm just going to ensure that whatever happens here, I'm going to know about it. We're going to know about it. There's something here is wrong. But at the same time, like, I don't know about, like, they're not going to put, crime scene tape, and across the door saying, you know what I mean? Like over that. But at the same time, I mean, if it's a he said, she said situation, if it's a he said, she said situation, and if she's laying in ICU, she still could die. So it could be a murder scene, or it could be a death scene where you have to investigate, and you have to investigate it. So yes, maybe it did merit. Now that I'm thinking out loud, maybe it did merit it to be a crime scene.
She wasn't out of the woods then.
Right. Anytime an officer is shot, there will be an investigation. Now, what kind of investigation? This one was nothing.
It's Massachusetts.
They didn't even bother interviewing her.
Yeah. And with Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her home. She was not, that we know. Obviously, we don't know what happened in that house, but that house has been for weeks. I don't know if it's still ongoing, but that has been a crime scene. And then you have Kelsey's house. Well, she's in the hospital, and it's just like, well, yeah, anybody can just walk in. I guess I just don't understand the logic there. It's
bust in.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just one of those guys, man, that I just believe that there's a reason why she managed to evade the Grim Reaper in a situation like that and have the strength to fight the Reaper off, and that was to fight for her baby. To protect this child. I have to believe that. And I think that she's doing a great job so far, but she's got a long fight, and she needs us, and we're like, this community showed that 10K, just that's wild, and 92K, 93, almost 93K now.
93. Oh, come on, we can do 93.
That's wild.
Absolutely.
245 away. Wow. So Mazza, what is your grand total?
Oh, sure. Let me get the update. So I got 10,315 tonight. So let's update this. It's going to be over 34,000.
Unbelievable.
34,119.
Can we make it 35? Come on. How many people are in that right now?
Awesome job.
Yeah, exactly.
You get greedy, This is like being at the casino.
Right.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Let's keep going.
I actually, before I started doing the first fundraiser for Kelsey, I said to myself, I said, one of the things I wish I had done when it came to Karen Reed's case was I took like a total of every show I did, so I'd always have the numbers. So when I did this one, I'm like, I'm going to do this from the beginning, and getting back to Will, me and Will have done a lot of fundraisers. We've been on each other's shows. I said, I wanted to give Kelsey fundraisers as soon as possible, because I felt like, especially during the second trial, what I learned from fundraisers was when Michael Morrissey, his email, I think it was released or whatever, and he said that Karen Reed's defense, it was when Hank Brennan was asking for the $1 million, and Michael Morrissey was asking for the $1 million to hire Hank Brennan. He had said in his letter, Karen's defense was uncommonly well funded. And I never forgot that comment. I said to myself, well, that tells me that we were winning. It tells me that, because the whole time we were doing the fundraisers, I never really knew the real life effect it was having. But once I saw it was affecting the people who are trying to prosecute Karen Reed, I said, oh my goodness, well, I want to do more of those. So with this, I said, I'm going to do this right out as soon as I can. So I started to do them right off the bat, because I felt that it would give Kelsey her highest opportunity. And now you look at the prosecutor. I mean, you look at Gubitosi and you see that we complain about the North Andover Police Department, but then our complaints are escalating to the prosecutor and the DA's office there now. This is exactly what's happening. KF Maverick wrote a letter about it on Twitter about how outrageous that DA's office is. So here we go again, where it starts with the police department, and then all of a sudden our arguments escalate to a judge and then a DA's office. And you wonder who's behind this. And it's just another situation where, like, my God, here we go again. And that just justifies to me and everyone tuning in that fundraising is important, because I don't care if these people are in power. That doesn't give them the right to violate people. And all I ask at the end of the day is that Kelsey Fitzsimmons gets a fair trial, that Karen Reed gets a fair trial, that Aiden Carney gets a fair trial. And that's all we ask for. That's it.
And I wish, man, I wish that right now I've got personal things that are kind of keeping me from being able to go to Boston as often as I'd like to right this second. But I mean, the first thing that I would be wanting to do is organize a standout in front of that DA's office for not charging Justin.
Absolutely.
That's where we need another turtle boy right there, but he's unfortunately, got to watch his P's and Q's, because he's facing those charges himself for doing exactly that, but I'd love to see that DA just faced with, why are you, answer to the people, why give us a reason why you're not charging this man.
Right. And I had done an X post, and I'm looking at it now, and I pulled the quote right out of Bettero's memo, one of his memos that he wrote in one of Aiden's cases, and one of the memos he wrote in Aiden's case, and it was about the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth's interest in every case is to see that justice is done. Like, that's their interest. Their interest isn't to see Kelsey prosecuted or see Karen Reed go to jail. It's to see justice is done. Well, we saw what Bustin' Justin did, and I don't think offering him immunity at a hearing on Friday is justice at all.
Not even a little bit, especially if he's the common denominator as to who benefits from all of this.
Right.
I mean,
how is that protecting the citizens of the Commonwealth?
And clearly the antagonist in all of this.
Right.
Yeah. What Gubitosi said in open court about, written agreements of non-prosecution and stuff, he just basically shrugged and said it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
That's fine. The jury's going to see that, and the jury's not going to like it. So it's all going to work against him.
One thing that I hope that we get is Justin's communications and possibly his financials. Why are you stealing all that money?
Well, he doesn't have any money.
I think that merits. Yeah, I think it merits, because I remember somebody saying something to the effect of, I'd like to see his communications with Noonan. But there's no merit for that yet. But there is merit to search his tech at this point. There is probable cause to search his tech.
Yes.
And if you see anything from Noonan in there, dude, like, that needs to come out.
What they're already getting, this was in a previous hearing, but what they're going to be getting is the communications between North Andover PD and Justin, because they were coordinating Justin coming over to the house while Kelsey was there, which again is outrageous to me, because why on earth would you bring the very person who you're getting a restraining order against
Makes
to
no
where
sense.
you're serving the order? But
Well, they're already putting her in violation of the order by having him there.
see,
Right.
You know, think about Aiden's case with the whole fake victim situation and that restraining order, and she inserted herself there and then put him in a position where he was violating the order, and found not guilty, thankfully, on that situation. But it's the same thing. Like, why is the restraining order at that point is already in place? Okay, I mean, so once they're serving it to her, it's already in place. So you're bringing him to that scene.
Because she's such a danger to him. Let's put the victim in direct danger.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense.
Right.
It's crazy to me. So I hope that we get his financials. What he did with that money is something I'm very interested in. And, how long he had been speaking with the North Andover PD, and what it was that was said among them.
Mm-hmm.
It'll come out. The truth will come out.
Mm-hmm. It definitely
$45 away, people, according to Anita.
Wow.
You guys are amazing.
Incredible.
I don't think that number is right, Kurt Glamasuse. From $930,000. I wish.
Hold
that would be
tight.
awesome.
I'll fact check it real quick.
Fact checking. Yeah.
I hope you're right. I hope.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
I hope we got some.
We had a big donor.
Okay.
Some billionaire just was like, "Oh, you guys really got to me."
It's 93,000 that we're 35 away from. So we're right now at 92,965.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
It really is.
Yeah.
Wow.
This has been such a blessing. I mean, I'm so happy to see the community kind of blossom the way it has this week.
Wow.
It's gone from, a few here and there to, it feels like just last week that we were, trying to get to $20,000 total in the defense fund, and now we're approaching $100,000.
And that video just came out, so people are gonna continue.
Yep.
Wow. That's what a night this has been. This is incredible. My previous goal, a record raise for the MazzaMedia show was $4,300. This is now, more than doubled it, to say the least. That's incredible. And the last Mazza fundraiser raised $2,500.
Wow.
This is 4
Mazza
times
was
the
so
amount.
humble yesterday talking about he just wanted to get to. I was like, oh, we're gonna supersede that, and man, you guys showed up, and you showed up big.
We surpassed $93,000, ladies and gentlemen. We're there.
Good job. Thank you, Melinda Reynolds, for your donation. She was the goalpost dono there.
Thank you all for everything. That is incredible. You all are so generous, and it takes an army, and Kelsey has one, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
Every dollar is a middle finger to Justin, to the SXDA, and to all the bad apples in the North Andover Police Department that have made this happen. So
absolutely, this has been incredible. This is just a testament to the amplification of this particular story and Kelsey's fight, and I think so many more people are just hyped up right now because of what's happened. And I'm just thrilled for her, because I think that this is stuff they've held on to for a long time, and Attorney Tim Bradel decided to spring it at the time he did, and it's just going to be a big win for her. Tim Bradel has got what it takes. Courtney Healy has what it takes. Martha Coakley, obviously the former Attorney General. I never heard of a former Attorney General electing to represent somebody that I'm aware of. I'm not a legal expert, but I don't know if any other attorney can vouch for that. Lori, if you've ever heard anything like that, but I have not. where a former attorney general. I was shocked when I heard that. I'm like, wait a second, is Martha Coakley defending her? I go, you don't really hear about that often, but for her, you can imagine if someone's a former attorney general, they're doing it because they really believe in it, and it's good. I mean, you have a lot of experience there on that team, and that it's just they're gonna bring it. They're gonna get this done. I just pray this is a one trial deal, and I think it will be. And I just think that she's gonna prevail. It's gonna be. And the real question, I think, in a couple of weeks is she's going to be declared not guilty. That's going to be behind her. Then this whole thing is just going to be the probate aspect of it and any civil suits to come. So I'm hoping this trial is just quick and easy, done. There's a verdict real quick. She's not guilty. She's out the door. And then now it's just about, okay, now let's get this child back. Let's get out, because again, I mean, this trial, let's just say, for example, this trial wasn't going to take place for another 6 months. Okay, let's just say this whole thing was about getting the baby back. Getting the baby back is more important than the not guilty verdict at this point, because it's every day. It's a day without your child. It's like, I mean,
not guilty verdict's necessary.
It's necessary, right? Yeah. But if say, for example, she had possession of her child right now, it would be like, well, whenever this trial takes place, whenever, but with the child being out there, it's causing more of a stress. It's causing more of an intensity in a sense that, you want to get your child back. You want to be with your child, and this whole trial is like, well, whatever. I mean, she's not going to be, she's going to be not guilty anyways, but still, it's like, it's just not being able to see her child. That's the biggest thing here. And I tell you, this is one of the most sickening stories I've ever seen in my entire life. What happened to Karen, John O'Keefe, Sandra Bushmore, they all come in different variables, but it's just the way this Kelsey has been piled on in her life throughout the past year. Just that check the boxes on everything that's happened to her. It's sickening, and that's why. People are pouring out today. It just makes me sick to see this happen to her. And when I heard about this story, I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to have to follow this one, because this is something that is enraging me. And I don't think that's fair to her. And again, I feel like, obviously she's been hacked. She's been digitally hacked. She's had a computer taken from her. She's had a lot of other things happen to her here. And it's, Bradel and the defense team are just not throwing it out there for the sake of doing it. So
that's right.
Let's see here. Yeah, we've surpassed 93K. Oh, go ahead, Britt. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Lori, but it wouldn't surprise me if Bradel was waiting for the certificate of compliance from the DA to put forward that motion. Saying, hey, they're saying that all the discovery's been turned over, but we have this. So,
yeah. Well, the funny thing is that they actually did already do the certificate of compliance. And then after they filed the certificate of compliance, they actually produced more documents.
Oh my God.
And that's when Bradel was like, yeah, okay, but there's maybe some other things that are missing. And if you remember at the hearing, he was kind of like, well, kind of the point is, I'm not going to be turning over my witness list or my things until I've got that. That's part of our justice system. That's part of our criminal justice system. Prosecution gives you everything, and then you provide your discovery. And you heard Bradel talking about, that they don't get the candy until they've given me, everything. So I think he suspects that there is more out there. Some of the things did just come in, even that day that he was talking. That's what I mean. Even the prosecutor was saying, oh yeah, we just gave him this today, whatever. They already filed their certificate of compliance. They already said they gave him everything, and then they didn't. So, I don't know why Tim would think that maybe he doesn't have everything, because he didn't have everything. He didn't have it.
It's a staple in Massachusetts to have discovery issues. If you're,
I know it's sad. I mean, it's almost a little embarrassing for me, really. I can't explain it. I don't know what to say. But I did like the judge. I mean, one of the other things I liked about it was, remember when they did the sidebar, and right away he was like Miss Fitzsimmons, Miss Fitzsimmons, to come over to the sidebar, rather than having Tim have to say, normally this is what you do see Tim saying, oh, can my client come? And of course she can. But I felt that he was very kind about that, and just being very, open, very, very unlike, Judge Bev. I felt like he really was trying to have a fair hearing, and
Yeah.
I think we'll see that going through, which is
You
all
know-
we're asking for. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Right.
it seems like a big ask in Massachusetts, but you know, that's all we really want is someone to be fair and decent.
Yeah,
to everybody.
but why is there so much concern about things being fair for the Commonwealth? You know, I keep hearing that. Like, we heard it 100 times from Hank.
The Commonwealth is entitled to a fair trial, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm
What?
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, respect.
I'm sorry.
You know,
Right.
yeah, you are not entitled to shit as the
Yeah.
Commonwealth. The Constitution
Right.
does not give you rights; it gives the defendant rights.
Right.
The defendant is the one with the right to the free trial.
Mhm.
The Commonwealth has unlimited resources. The Commonwealth has more power than any individual will ever have. And so, you know, when you are fussing and whining about freaking, you know, trial by ambush or something, I'm sorry, the defense should have a right to, you know, keep some cards close to their chest within reason, of course, but they should be allowed to keep some things like about their strategy to
Absolutely.
themselves, or a little bit of impeachment here and there to themselves. The Commonwealth is not on trial. The defendant is. Kelsey is. So, you know, I don't give a darn about, you know, things being fair to the Commonwealth. And neither should anybody, you know, here, or neither should a judge. I mean, if we're really, you know, worried about things being fair, then, you know, get your discovery in order before you complain about things being fair to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, things should be fair to Noonan as well, but it's fair for us to be like, well, you're showing us that you're not being fair to him, you're protecting him. If you're being fair to him, that means that you would have to by default be fair to Kelsey, but you're not. So there's something seriously wrong here. You know, the way this investigation right there, again, there's so much doubt. I mean, I want to see a jury react to the fact that Justin did what he did and he wasn't charged. I want to see that happen. I want to see, you know, the Commonwealth and the Andover police be held accountable for not even questioning Kelsey and getting her side of the story in the first place. You know, these are all things that are just basic reasonable doubt that, like, you know, if and in a climate today, in today's climate right now, a jury made up of, I mean, it doesn't matter left or right. People are sick of it. You know, like at this point with everything going on with the government right now. I mean, I don't want to get into that, but both sides are like, like something is seriously wrong here.
I mean,
it's not even a political thing, but it is a political thing.
Exactly. So this level of right and wrong transcends politics. You know, it transcends parties, is what I'll say. I mean,
it transcends parties. It's still political, but it's beyond the two-party thing now. This is now like, okay, we don't trust any of you people. So, like, right now, Kelsey has that advantage because. And that's exactly how it should be. A jury of her peers should be questioning the accusers and not the accused. Like, it's up to the accusers to convince the jury that she's there for a reason. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, I mean, until that happens, you know, and like I said, in today's climate, Kelsey has a better chance because the way the climate is these days, a jury's just going to look at this and go, okay, with everything that I'm seeing right now, why wouldn't I think that that if they're accusing the Commonwealth of being corrupt, and after everything we saw with the Karen Reed stuff, why should we believe, especially a local Massachusetts jury, with everything going on? Everyone knows who Turtle Boy is. Everyone does. most of these people support Turtle Boy. There's people that don't like Turtle Boy, but that number is very minimal and compared to the support he has.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're going to get a jury of Massachusetts citizens sitting there and expect them to just take the Commonwealth's word. No.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
no.
Like
The trust
everything
me, bro
is
thing
stacked
is
in
over.
Kelsey. Yeah, everything is stacked in Kelsey's favor as far as a jury trial goes.
Something just popped up in my mind. If the Essex County DA had a conflict preventing them from being able to prosecute Justin, would that conflict extend into prosecuting Kelsey? That same conflict
depends on what it is.
But
I think it's definitely a question.
Well, because Justin is very much connected to Kelsey's criminal case.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, one could argue that he is the entire Kelsey case.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that same conflict prevent them from being able to prosecute Kelsey?
Mm-hmm. And even just the fact that technically, it is a case between two North Andover police officers, but this almost, when you're looking at it from like a perspective of a conflict, I mean, I personally don't think it should have been something that was tried in Essex County.
Mm-hmm.
I think the whole thing is a conflict, really, because what you shouldn't have a again, the Commonwealth is just supposed to get justice. That's all you're supposed to do. And you shouldn't have any kind of vested interest in the outcome. You know what I'm saying? And so obviously the town of North Andover and Essex County has a vested interest in their police department that's there. So I think it's an inherent conflict, really, but
there you go. And you know what? Lady Justice is depicted as being blind
mm-hmm.
for a reason. And it's this reason. This is why, anyway. Well, I need to sign off, everyone.
All right, Brett.
Same.
It was fabulous getting to spend my afternoon and evening with all of you. Thank you for all your donations, everybody, and to everyone else on the screen here for your time. It was great getting to talk with all of you. But
likewise.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere, so to speak. I'm gonna keep showing my support every way that I can, and I will begin streaming again very soon in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So be on the lookout. And a lot of it will have to do with Kelsey. But thank you again, everybody who in some way showed support to Kelsey, whether it was through sharing, through donating, or for being part of this conversation today in the chat, and all of you getting to talk with y'all. So
you too.
But you guys have a great night. Kelsey, if you're watching, we stand with you. Keep pissing them off, girl.
Mm-hmm.
And we are looking forward to watching you get vindicated starting on March 23rd. So y'all take it easy. Have a good
Take care,
night.
Brett. Thank you for your time, Brett.
Bye,
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
And bye, Britt. I'm just gonna ditto what Britt said, except I'm not gonna be streaming. I don't do that, but but you'll see me on X. And hey, Will, do you remember meeting me previously?
I do now. Yes. Yes.
It was very brief.
Yeah. I think we had lunch or dinner.
It was after one of Aiden's hearings.
Yeah,
I'm a friend of Kelly's. That's why.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I had already had a couple of glasses of wine.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just curious about that. Anyway, it's been great. I actually got to go bring the dog out. So
perfect.
Exciting life here. Thanks so much, Mazza, for everything. And I will see you all on X. And I'll be still pushing and fighting for Kelsey and posting whenever I can. Just an update on the I had filed the CJC complaints against the judge, and just to let everybody know, I haven't heard back from that yet at all. So, which is potentially a good sign, because normally you kind of hear back right away. So, that's out there, and we'll see what happens with that.
Thank you
Perfect,
so
Lori.
much for all the stuff you're doing, Lori.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Bye, Lori.
Bye.
That's Mullen
Good night,
Law on
Lori.
X, everybody. You can follow Mullen Law on X. And Lauren, you were wrapping up as well with us today.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mazza. I just want to say thank you to you. You have led the way for like all this fundraising for Kelsey. And man, I am just blown away by the generosity of this community, and everybody has such huge hearts here, because that's what it's really all about, is we fill this for Kelsey. And so thank you for everyone who donated. Mazza, congratulations on breaking
Thank you.
all the previous ones for Kelsey, and for doing everything you do. Will, it was great to be on with you. And
Yes.
I just find it funny that you guys are like the fundraiser daddies right here, and you're on the
Yeah.
stream when you break all the records. So it's awesome.
Yeah.
But I will say good night, and I'll see you guys soon. Oh, and next fundraiser for Kelsey on my channel will be next week. So I don't know exactly what day yet, but it will be next week. So we'll keep it going.
Perfect. Thank you, Lauren. Katie,
Yes,
Common
bye,
Sense
guys.
Investigator on X
Bye, Lauren.
and on
Bye.
YouTube. Bye, Lauren. Common Sense Investigator. Yeah, I know. I'd more than doubled the record. Well, how much time you get to hang out?
Dude, I thought they'd never leave. Dude, are you ready to start the stream or what? No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, that was awesome hanging out with them and talking with them, man.
Yeah.
I had a really, really good time, dude. I really appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, you got it, man. Absolutely. It's just what we got to do to raise money and everything. I know you'd reached out saying, "Hey, I'd like to help out." I said, "Absolutely, man. Let me get you on this show, and we'll bring it. We'll bring it for Kelsey and help her raise some funds." We're closing in on $11,000 right now, too. We're $175 away.
That's awesome.
Wild.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
everybody here, like thank you guys, all you guys in chat, man, for stepping up. I mean, you guys are the fundraisers. Yeah, and I'm sure Kelsey appreciates it, and her family, and yeah, more to come. More to come. We will be. I know Mazza has been there, on the front lines of the fundraising for Kelsey from the beginning. I've been here watching and supporting, and now we're kicking it into overdrive. So
Yeah.
And now more people are stepping up. This video, like Mazza said, changed a lot. It changed, really put people over the top as far as support goes, and building someone's perspective as to what's really going on here. So, and we're on the right side of things as we have been this entire time. So you guys are fantastic. I am so grateful to be part of this community. And again, you guys showing me why. So thank you guys all for your support for Kelsey, and showing Mazza some love, and and for all the efforts that he's been expressing all this entire time. And this Mazza, you're killing it, dude.
Thank you, man.
I'm so proud to be an associate and friend of yours. Really,
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. It's been a wild journey just to see this. Just to this fundraiser today, I was just hoping to get like $1,100 today, because I wanted $25,000 in total raised, and now I think we've hit like close to $34,000 in total raised. So it's I think now I'm like I'm going to try to do everything I can to be doing a fundraiser right around the time that thing's closing in on $100,000, because I have to. Like for me, not in a selfish way, but just in a, it's just something I want to be a part of. I want to be a part of that $100,000.
Yeah.
I just want to be like live on the air when that hits, and being able to do it. But you never know if you can position it properly. You don't know like when that GiveSendGo, like what day of the week, what hour of the day it's going to be within striking range. We might be able to do it around 95,000. When it's about 95,000, we might be able to bring that home, all in that one day.
Sure.
It'll show. So yeah.
I mean, I used to keep my expectations low, but now I'm starting to get cocky, you know, because like I always just get blown away. I'm always just like, oh my God, I didn't expect to raise that much. Now I'm just like, let's see what you guys can do, you know, like now we're getting all arrogant about it. But rightfully so, because look at us. Look, I mean, this, when we, like, it has been proven over and over and over again that when this community really believes in something, it steps up, you know, collectively, and everybody just shows how you know, how strong and caring they are. Those two things, just the strength and the caring.
Sorry to interject. I apologize. Well, your path was interesting as well, because you took some time. You did your research on this. Tell me a little bit about your journey to supporting Kelsey, and how you what kind of really nipped it in the bud for you in terms of believing in her innocence. What was kind of your path?
It was before this video came out. I can honestly say that. I mean, my clever walks are proof of that. Because I kind of just think out loud when I'm doing those. I just came to terms where I was just like, you know, the whole thing is, did she point the gun at Noonan, or did she point the gun at herself? He said, she said, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, you factor in all of the facts of this, and it's, you know, well, why are they even moving forward if they're not even looking to get jail time for her? You know, like, she's already been shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think that's enough? And so, you know, there's that. And then when I started to really think about it, I thought about the postpartum factor of all of this. And then I thought about, you know, it boiled down to, even if she did point the gun at Noonan, I can't blame her. Look at the circumstances in which this took place. There was nobody there to represent and speak up and stand up for the child. No actions dictated that they were in the interest that were in the interest of the best interest of the child in this situation. This all seemed very against Kelsey, not pro the baby, you know, and pro Justin. You know, and so that didn't sit well with me, and it just got to a point to where I'm morally, you know, I'm thinking, well, what if she did point the gun at Noonan? Like, is it so absurd that she felt threatened? You know, is it so absurd? I mean, we don't know what happened there, but the fact is these men just showed up with guns and gloves on through her front door and said, hey, this is what's happening. And you know, her whole life is falling apart right around her at that very moment. So, in my opinion, I think it's understandable that she could have even pointed a gun at him, even though I don't think that's what happened. I'm saying that it's even if that. My point being is the fact that I was struggling with that. This is why I'm no longer struggling with that. Because even if she did point the gun at Noonan, I feel like that all the other factors dictate that could have been justified or understandable in any way, on a moral level, justified and understandable in any other aspect. Even legally speaking, it's understandable. I understand it happening. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do. I'm saying that I feel that it was understandable. Like, what is a woman going to do? I mean, at the end of the day, these are men with guns. I get that they're police. I understand that, but she's a cop too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so she feels she doesn't understand what's happening, and these armed men came into her house to take her baby. That is what it boils down to. So what is a mother supposed to do, especially when she doesn't understand why it's happening? What is a mother expected to do? If she has the means to protect her child, but she doesn't understand what's happening, she's going to go into full protect child mode. Right. So, I mean, I'm not, that thought, that realization is what put me over the top as far as supporting Kelsey 100%.
And I had that thought too. It was just the other day. I can't remember which show it was on. It might have been on Lauren's show when she did her last fundraiser. I kind of said, well, what if she did point the firearm at him? What if she did? It doesn't change the fact that the RO didn't make sense. They, you know, when did they let her know what was going to happen? Was it before or after she entered the house? What about postpartum depression? What about other things that they did? Not getting the firearm first and foremost. So I can still find like 4 or 5 things to justify that was just a situation that didn't make. There's procedures that were wrong. There were still things that were wrong, regardless of whatever Kelsey, regardless of whether Noonan's account's right or Kelsey's account's right, and I believe Kelsey's. Regardless of that, there's so many things they did wrong. Like, it's the first time I saw that video, and she opens the door and they just walk in. I had someone try to debate me on that. I'm like, look, you got to let them know before you enter their home why you're coming in that home. They just like, well, we're your coworkers. You know us, your friendly neighborhood police officers.
They just barged in.
Yeah, they just walk right in. It's
right.
like 2 seconds. It's like the door opens, boom, they're in. Oh,
when you look at all of these details, how that particular situation was executed by law enforcement, they weren't law enforcement. They were just men with guns.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's when the basic procedure, which she is probably very familiar with, is not followed, it's going to trigger a suspicion, and it's going to immediately she's going to say, no chance that nobody's going to get the drop on me. Nobody's going to get one over on me. My job right now is to protect my baby, because I don't know why you're here, and why you're saying you're here makes no sense. So what am I going to do? I'm going to protect my baby.
Right. And she sees them as allies when they walk up to the door. Oh, these are my coworkers. I work with them all the time. Hey guys, why are you here? I mean, they could have been there for any reason. Like, they could have been like, hey, blah, blah, blah. But when you see her in the video, when they arrive, she kind of opens the door like, hey guys, how are you? And they're kind of like, hey, we're here. And she opens up the door, and they just immediately walk in. And then all of a sudden you kind of see this moment, because it takes a moment or two to react. And you kind of see this moment where she's kind of like, her mind starts to register this thought where it's like, well, this is kind of peculiar, but yeah, come on in. What is this really about? You see that moment where she gets really, you can see her mind starting to access it. But the problem is they, for me, I feel like they use false pretenses to enter that home before they announce why they were there. They should have been outside that door. And I don't know what the laws are on this. I don't know what the procedures are, but I'm just saying, if I'm not procedurally correct, I don't care. Then what I'm saying should be the procedure, is my argument. And
right. How are we not supposed to think Justin's calling the shots and weaponizing these cops? In that very scenario, in that very, like, how are we not supposed to think that, given all the facts? Right. I mean, if they had just followed procedure and showed up with a social worker, had let the social worker handle things, stood back, knew their role, which is in case things get out of hand, and while the social worker makes sure that the situation doesn't get escalated, and not have the alleged victim of of the restraining order be there, like, why is he there? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, well, the excuse is, okay, well, he's there to take custody of the baby. Okay. But even still, like, if there's a protection order, then circumstances would call, common sense dictates that circumstances would call for a social worker to show up, be the mediator, and then take the baby to the father at another location, whether it be his house, whether it be a public place, the mall, who cares, whatever, but not at the home of the person that you're supposedly so afraid of. Wouldn't that escalate the situation and put the child in jeopardy?
Right. It's just insanity the way it all goes. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. And I just feel like she was blitzed, taken, and you said this too, you alluded to this earlier throughout the show. She was basically blindsided. I mean, she was ambushed, she was blindsided. And when you do that, and then you're taking a child away, it's got the thing about our laws and our lifestyle is our lifestyle and our reality are changing around us. But the thing is that human beings still have their primal instincts, meaning a mother is going to mother, a father is going to father.
Exactly.
And regardless of the laws, the rules, what generation it is, whether it's the year 200 or the year 5000 or the year 2025, she's going to have a reaction no different than how a mother would react, which is the natural inclination to protect their child. And the problem here is that if she tried to shoot Noonan, it was because she was trying to protect her child. If she tried to shoot herself, it was because she couldn't face the loss of her child. So no matter what happens, her reaction is amplified by postpartum, but it is still inherently maternal through that process, and she's just going to
Completely
be
agree.
absolutely on the defense. Yeah. It's just and then you put her in. That's why I don't think they protected her from herself, and they didn't protect themselves, because if they had, they would have said, hey, let's secure the firearm first, because we don't know how she's going to react here, because we are taking away her child. And I think that's why probably having a female officer and primarily having DCF there, because DCF would have said, hey, if you're about to pull up to her house and you're about to tell her, hey, we're taking away your child, you want to make sure things are done here. So if there are firearms in the house, what we want to do is we want to secure that first, because we don't know if she's going to react with her natural maternal instincts, which are all primal in nature. She's going to, any animal in nature, you have whether it's a lion or whatever, if there's any threat against their baby lions or a bear and her cubs, they're gonna even a bird's nest, even if a mother bird leaves the bird's nest and her babies are sitting in the nest, if there's an attack on that nest, you bet the mother's going to come attacking to shoo you away. So it is a natural, it's not only a human natural instinct, it spans across motherhood regardless of species, whether you're human or animal. And that's the thing. They didn't protect her from herself, and they didn't protect themselves from her, because you're right, it just gets out of hand. It's bad policing, and I don't wish to criticize the police, but in this situation, I must criticize the police.
Sure, of course. I mean, the thing is like you've got a woman who is trained to use a firearm in order to protect herself and those who can't protect themselves, right? Her infant, falls under the category of someone who can't protect themselves. Her as a mother, her job, her divine job, not her earthly job, but her godly job is to protect her child. So there's the one law above all other laws, these earthly laws, such as men with badges, is to protect your child, right? So again, it boils down to the fact that there was no, if these men with guns are bound by laws to follow a certain procedure, and they don't follow that procedure, well, then that's what they boil down to, is they're just men with guns now. As far as the eyes of a mother who's protecting her child, she's not looking at them as police officers, because they're not doing anything policey. They're not doing anything policey. They're just doing thuggish shit.
Pretty much. It's insanity. It's just when I heard they didn't secure the firearm first, I'm like, you have to be kidding me. It's like I can't imagine being an officer and going back to my chief of police, and I do not like Chief Charles Gray, obviously, for obvious reasons, not personally, but as how he conducts himself. I just think that he could have. I can't imagine being an officer going back and saying, you guys secured the guns first, right? No, we didn't. No, we didn't, boss. It's like, really? Why would you not? You're taking a child maybe away from its mother, and she's a cop, and she's, any person that's a cop obviously has an ability to kick some butt, and you're going to roll up on Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house and not think that she's going to have, obviously in this situation, if it's not going to be an outburst on them, it's going to be one that she feels like, I just want to die, basically, and I hate to say that, but it's look at the situation you're putting someone in. And this is the reason why DCF needed to be present, to protect her. And this escalated out of control to the point where she was shot. She had to go to jail over this because they didn't do their job. That's why I always say the system failed Kelsey Fitzsimmons, because it did. They placed her in this situation. They could have prevented this. It could have just been a standard RO. And the thing was, if it was a standard RO, then she could have fought it, right? Never gone to jail, never been shot. And then he never has an opportunity to break in the house and steal her laptop and steal all her money either. So basically them shooting her is allowed for this other stuff to happen. Her house being broken into, her laptop being stolen, money being stolen, Expedia canceled, beneficiaries changed. This has all happened as a result of the North Andover Police Department.
And let's just say that she is a danger to her child, hypothetically speaking. They totally put that child at risk because they went about this completely the wrong way. If they were trying to ultimately protect this child from a dangerous mother, they just violated the mother's rights over and over. And now this mother who is supposedly this danger to this infant now has not only a good attorney and a great case in her favor, but an army of people backing her up. You know what I'm saying? This is all because these people did not execute this properly. They did not do anything so they should be learning from this. Again, if I do not believe, there's nothing in my heart at this point that believes that Kelsey's even remotely a danger to her child. I don't believe that at all. But what I'm saying is, hypothetically speaking, if she was, this is the reason why these procedures are implemented. They're put in place and implemented and executed. That's why they exist. And none of this stuff was implemented at all. So what are we supposed to think?
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's just, it just goes so far. And that's why the more and more, it's like Karen Reed. When I was in my early months of following Karen Reed, I had to make myself understand the ins and outs to best determine if I truly believed that the innocence I believed her to be was fully verifiable, meaning I believe she was innocent initially. I continued to believe she was innocent, and throughout all of it, I only continued to further believe in her innocence. And I feel the same way about Kelsey. It's like the more I look into this, I can only find more justifiables that make it seem like, okay, yeah, she's innocent because they did wrong because, and all that. So looking here, I got $11,310 we got raised for Kelsey tonight. That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
Amazing. Yeah, this is
absolutely
great. Yeah, this definitely went as well as I hoped it would. And better than I expected, honestly. Like in my head, I had 5K in my head.
Yeah. I know. When we hit that, I'm like, okay, great. That's awesome. Now this thing is doubled. My internet's laggy and I have to reboot the modem after this show. This is awesome.
This is fantastic. Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm always just pleasantly surprised by this community. Always keeps my fire lit and stoked.
Absolutely, man. This is awesome, man. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. I got some dinner. I haven't had dinner yet. I've been on the show since 5. I had lunch before I started. I had late lunch.
I'm hungry too. Yeah, I'm working out all the time again, and my appetite is just
going. Yeah. You're ready to rock, man. All right, well, Glare, man, thank you so much, brother. $11,310 raised. You contributed to just getting this show amplified tonight and participating conversationally, and I can't thank you enough, man. Appreciate it greatly, bro.
Oh, thank you for having me, man. It's always a pleasure, dude. Appreciate you and everything you've been doing.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it was awesome to hit these goals and just the show that was far beyond. I mean, I hope to get like $1,100, and we did that tenfold tonight.
Yeah. That's amazing. Right on. Awesome. All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, dude.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Everybody.
Will the Glare, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right. So Will's with us, and we're going to put the final total in just a moment here. Let's grab it. I might leave this thing open until 9. Let's see if it went up again. It did go up again, so it's actually 320. All right. Good. All right. 685. So that gets us to 11,320. All right, 11,320. Final. We'll just put that down as the current total. I'm going to update that total, I think, in about 20 minutes because what happens is people watch from behind and may still be donating. So we let a little bit of carryover time take place. So we should be good. So, ladies and gentlemen, from MazzaMedia, I've done about 10 hours of streaming on Kelsey this weekend, which is nuts, which is not nuts in a bad way, but just nuts and thinking how much time I spent, but dedication. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time from MazzaMedia. 11,320 raised at least during this show. I'm going to tack that on in about 20 minutes. I'm going to check it out again, but I'm happy with this money raised tonight. I thank you guys. Please like, please subscribe, and please have a great night. From MazzaMedia, I am Mark. Have a great night, and free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Thank you for your time, guys. Have a great week ahead. Bye-bye.